Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Johor Conversation 2024 Series 2. Please be informed there is a flat rate parking fee of 5 ringgit for the day, and you may validate your Visa card or your Touch and Go to enjoy the flat rate at the building counter at level 4 by showing your event tag. Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning. Very good morning, everyone. Thank you. Yang berbahagia Datuk Teknologis Mahathir Aziz, former Chief Executive Officer Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation MDEC and Board Member Jalan Group, Encik Najmi Nordin, Chief Learning Officer Johor Corporation, Executive Committee Cerebrum, Mr. Edwin Seng, Portfolio Director Gulf Insider, Mr. Tyler Lim, Director Transformation and Strategic Project Gulf Insider, Encik Hazmin Abdul Rahim, Director Industry Business Architect, Industry Customer Advisory, SAP Southeast Asia, Mr. Jackson Seng, Vice President Digital Energy Business Division, Schneider Electric, Ms. Eva Lee, Commercial Leader for Professional Business, Signify Malaysia, Senior Management from Johor Corporation and Group, Datuk-Datuk, Senior Official from the State and Federal, Consul General, Speakers, Sponsors, Ladies and Gentlemen. It's my pleasure to extend the warmest welcome to each and every one of you to the Johor Conversation 2024 Technology and Sustainability, the two pillars in transforming tomorrow's city. And we are thrilled to have a fantastic lineup of speakers today to share their expertise and vision for the future. And this is the second series of the year. My name is Fadila, and we are delighted to have you join us for inspiring talk, groundbreaking insights, and valuable networking as we delve into how technology and sustainability are shaping our cities of tomorrow. And before we embark on this journey, that is seek blessing and guidance, I would like to invite Imam Muhammad Zaini Yasnun from Waqaf An-Nur for dua recitation.
الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Alhamdulillah, puji syukur kami rafakkan kepada-Mu ya Allah di atas segala nikmat yang dikurniakan kepada kami. Syukur juga dilafaz kepada-Mu dalam setiap peluang dan kesempatan yang diberikan. Kami diberi ruang untuk bersama-sama dalam siri persenangan Johor Conversation, Technology and Sustainability, the two pillars in transforming tomorrow city pada hari ini. Kami mohon dan berdoa pada-Mu ya Allah agar persenangan ini memberi input bermanfaat kepada kami untuk disemat dan diingat. Ya Allah, on this auspicious morning, we express our gratitude to you for allowing us to attend this conference series. Today, we are grateful to be given the opportunity to be together with members of the conference. We seek your blessing for the smooth progress of this event from the beginning till the end. Ya Allah, bless Johor Corporation alongside with Gulf Insider initiated the Johor Conversation with the intention for propelling Johor economic growth with an innovative and resilient foundation accelerated by technology. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami mohon petunjuk di atas setiap perancangan dan keputusan yang dicapai agar kami sentiasa berada di bawah naungan perlindungan, keselamatan, beroleh keredaan dan amanah yang diberikan kepada kami, ya Allah. Tunjukkan kami dalam koridor kesulitan, kemudahan, merungkai permasalahan dan kurnia kejayaan pada penghujung jalan. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi washabihi wasallam. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Terima kasih, Imam. And to kick things off, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Tyler Lim, Director of Transformation and Strategic Project Gulf Insider, to deliver the welcome remarks. Please welcome.
Yang berbahagia, Datuk Technologist Mahathir Aziz, former CEO, Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation MDEC, board member, JCorp. Cik Nasmi Norton, Chief Learning Officer, Johor Corp, Executive Committee, Cerebrium. Mr. Adrian Seng, Portfolio Director, Gulf Insider. Encik Hasmin Abdul Rahim, Director, Industry Business Architect, Industries Customer Advisory, SAP Southeast Asia. Mr. Jackson Singh, Vice President, Digital Energy Business Division, Schneider Electric. Ms. Eva Lee, Commercial Leader, Professional Business, Signify Malaysia. Senior Management from Johor Corporation and Group. Datuk, Senior Officials from the State and Federal Government, consuls, speakers, sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the second Johor Conversations for 2024. Technology, sustainability, the two pillars in transforming tomorrow's cities. I'm glad to be back in Johor and especially here in Cerebrium for the season ender of the Johor Conversations for this year. It is a fitting venue because Cerebrium, as JCorp's Think and Do Tank, is home to the Johor Conversations. This is the 5th run of the Johor Conversations, and we have grown from strength to strength, addressing different teams and technologies, as well as forging relationships and partnerships that will drive Johor's economic growth. There will be more exciting conversations here in the future as part of Cerebrium, and I'm sure JCorp's Chief Learning Officer, Najmi, will share more later. This year, the Johor Conversations has its sights on the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone. The buzz is growing as we all await the final details of the SEZ to be announced. As the anticipation builds, in reality, we can already be putting into action our plans for the SEZ. In fact, given the close relations that Singapore-Malaysia shares, Johor-Singapore shares, be it in B2B, G2G, or people-to-people, the implementation of the SEZ should almost feel like business as usual, just made easier. The fact that sometimes we even bother to argue about whose nasi lemak is better is something that only happens because we are close like siblings. In another scenario, if someone else decides to come and claim nasi lemak as their own, we will probably band together and knock some sense into that fella. For those of us who are parents, perhaps another analogy will be how when your kids fight at home, but they will stand up for each other when anybody gets bullied at the playground. The close relationship is also shared amongst members of the JCorp Gulf Insider organizing team. Our WhatsApp group chat is called Team Causeway, reflecting our shared heritage. And often the conversations in the group chat goes beyond work. In fact, usually not about work, and into where do we get good food? Or in my case, because I have a young baby, where do I get milk powder in Johor? Such strong foundations puts us in a good starting point as compared to other bilateral economic pacts. We have less to overcome on cultural issues, people differences, and this allows us to focus on the tactical matters such as sustainability and technology, which, when applied right, allows us to accelerate transformation and reap the economic benefits more quickly. Today's agenda will see us spend time to talk about sustainability, technology, and talent, not so much on why do we need to consider these topics or why are these important, but on how can we get started. What are the checklists that I need to go through for implementation, and how can I get my people ready for what's ahead? You will hear about practical, implementable steps that you can take to begin on working when you leave Cerebrium today. I want to thank our speakers across the 8 sessions that we have today, 3 panels, 2 presentations, 1 fireside chat, and 2 tech talks. The most sessions we have ever had. I'm sure you will find their insights useful. I also want to thank our sponsors, Schneider Electric, SAP, and Signify for making this possible. The organizing team is constantly innovating to deliver unique event experiences. Keeping in line with the spirit of the Johor Conversations, today's proceedings will be streamed live on JCorp TV. That's not all. We have heard about AI in past Johor Conversations. We will be talking about Fit for Business AI later today. And we are also walking the talk by putting AI into action. Today, we are partnering GAFME to deploy Snapsight alongside the conference sessions. Snapsight is the world's first AI-based real-time content summarization platform. In essence, we will turn today's session into shareable takeaways, which you can retrieve immediately after every session, and you can access it by scanning the QR code that will come up. The insights are also multilingual, which is particularly useful since I'm just starting to learn Bahasa Melayu. I trust AI more than myself at this point in time. We will also deliver summaries of today's sessions to your email after the event. So please scan the QR codes and check out the insights. Now, since you already have your mobile phones out, there is another action I would like you to take. That is to scan the following QR codes that will come up next. Gulf Insider is organizing the Gulf Insider Live Malaysia Conference on the 20th of November in Putrajaya. Yes, I know Putrajaya is further from JB than it is to Singapore, but I do invite you to join us for a day of whole of government learnings, especially hearing from our international lineup of speakers. The other is the Malaysia Digital Transformation Awards on the same day. Last year, JCorp was awarded with the Digital Economy Award. So congratulations once again, JCorp. I encourage you to submit your nominations for public sector agencies or individuals whom you feel are worthy of the recognition across 11 categories. Thank you everyone once again for taking time out to attend today's Johor Conversations. I promise today will be exciting and the next Johor Conversations even more so. As I wish you an enjoyable day of learning, it is only apt for me to introduce to you JCorp's Chief Learning Officer, Nashmi, for his opening remarks. Thank you.
A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berbahagia, Dato' Teknologis
Mahathir Aziz, former CEO for MDEC and a board member of JLand Group. Mr. Adrian Seng, Portfolio Director for Gulf Insider. Mr. Tyler Lim, thank you so much for the warm introduction, Director for Gulf Insider. Encik Hasbin Abdul Rahim, Director, Industry Business Architect, SAP Southeast Asia. Mr. Jackson Singh, VP, Digital Energy Business Division, Schneider Electric. Ms. Eva Lee, Commercial Leader for Professional Business, Signify Malaysia. Senior Management from Johor Corporation and the Group, Dato'. Senior officials from the state and federal, Consul General, speakers, sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. First and foremost, on behalf of Johor Corporation, I would like to express our sincerest gratitude to everyone for taking time off their busy schedule. I'm sure this is a weekday morning to come here to Level 24, Johor Corporation. And for many of you, this is probably your first time as well to JCorp and Level 24. So we welcome you to Cerebrum. As you can see, Cerebrum, in my opinion, is pretty nice looking, if you can say. I know some of you complain there's no breakfast this morning, but don't worry, there will be one in the break nanti, right? But it is basically a manifestation of the progress JCorp has made since 2020, and how we have progressed from an organization that was quite different before the new management took over in 2020. And the success that we have had over the past few years has been exemplary, and thank you so much also to members of our group here, investee companies, for their performance and helping JCorp grow. But it is also a vision of what JCorp aspires to be in the future. Modern, forward-looking, and an influential corporate entity, not just at Johor, but in Malaysia, moving forward and growing to grow its influence regionally and inshallah globally as well. So that is our vision, and Cerebrum as a space is a manifestation of that. But that's not enough. If you look at what Cerebrum is, it should be beyond just a physical space. Building a space is easy. But as we look into the progress of Johor in the next 3 to 5 years, you can already see the tremendous growth in the past few years, and it's only going to accelerate with the coming RTS in 2027, the Johor Singapore Special Economic Zone, hopefully signed by the end of this year. And the progress is going to be tremendous. You will see a huge influx of financial capital. You will see a huge influx of infrastructure projects, people coming in to work into Johor, like myself and many of the senior management team of JCorp. We are from Selangor, KL, or wherever we are in Malaysia, but we moved to Johor for the opportunities here. But there's something that's missing. If a city or a state wants to become truly an influential regional and global player, it has to think beyond this physical manifestation of capital. There has to be a drive to push intellectual capital to come to Johor as well. And that is the idea behind Cerebrum. How do we create this platform for ideas and thought leaders to come to Johor and use Johor as the base to discuss ideas, find solutions, and maybe, change the world. And that's, it's a big goal, but we have to start somewhere. And that is where Cerebrum as a platform or concept is different from just a building space that you see here. We've got 3 different pillars that we are going to focus on. Network Weaver, events such as this. Thought Leader, where we will sponsor research, and we will award good research that has application on Johorians and inshallah the southern region as well. And finally, some reward and recognition, for good performance and exemplary individuals from Johor that we can highlight to the rest of the world. So these are the plans, we have for Cerebrum for 2025. There will be more events such as this, few more knowledge sharing session from thought leaders. We've already started some of the programs, and I have to give credit to Nina, the group corporate com team, from JCorp for holding the fort for the last 1.5 years, building this Gulf, together with Gulf Insider, building Johor Conversations into what it is today. So give them a big round of applause,
Also, thank you, Nina, for adding some color to today's proceeding lah. Today everybody's in all grey and blue. She's the only one in pink. So thank you so much for that. And we've started the ball rolling even before we've came up with this idea of Cerebrum as a platform for thought leadership and bringing insight to impact. Johor Conversations, like Tyler mentioned just now, this is the 5th one, we've held, and it will continue on into next year. Thank you again to sponsors, for helping making all this possible. And we also started the first Cerebrum Insight session with Datuk Sri Idris Jala, where we had people from the government sector, private sector, coming in and listening to his opinion on how, to lead the change in Johor, in view of the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone. And more of this will come on. So please, keep in touch with us, and hopefully, future events, you can come and join for our sessions. We've also, assembled not the Avengers, but a council of advisors for Cerebrum. We call them the Cerebrum Council, obviously led by our President and Chief Executive, Datuk Said. But we've gotten very good response from individuals that we've approached. As you can see, from Datuk Sri Utama, Hasni, Prof. Ong Kiam Ming, Datuk Ahmad Fauzi from UTM, Datuk Sri Wong Chun Wai, and I think Prof. Zaid is here today. Where's Prof. Zaid? Right, hi, thank you so much, Prof. Zaid from Singapore coming in as well, and Salim Ismail all the way from Canada joining our Cerebrum Council. We have got a few more. My job is to gather a few more people until the end of the year, and I hope, I can hear some from the industries as well who are interested to become part of this, be part of the change, agenda for Cerebrum. So, this session, it reminded me of a conversation that we've had when we approached Prof. Jomo just 2 weeks ago. And basically he asked, what's the point, right? He's been doing this for a long, long time. And I thought about that, and all I ask is from the audience today, to think of 3 I's that you can capture. The first one is there any information or knowledge, even one, just one, info or knowledge from all the sessions that you hear today? Just take one info or knowledge that you feel that can change your organization. Just one. Number 2, one idea that came across your mind from listening to all the conversations that we've had today, or conversations that you have during coffee, during breakfast later on. One idea that you feel can change your work and your organization. And finally, the simplest one person or one organization that you connected with today that can change the world, that can change your work and how you approach your problems, So if you think about it that way, then these kind of sessions become a lot more productive rather than just sitting and, listening and letting things go by. And thank you so much, Tyler, for allowing the content to be summarized and available to the audience after this, because, I've been through so many of this as well, right? You get inspired, but, after a certain time, you forget things. So always remember to look into all these opportunities, to network, to gain some info, and perhaps generate some game-changing ideas for your organization, inshallah. With that, I wish you all the best in whatever endeavors that you are working on. Let's hope that we can see each other again, not just today, but in the future, work together. Cerebrum is just one of the many verticals that we are working on at the moment. We've got JCorp Academy for training and learning and development. We've got Johor Skills for TVET training, and so many other initiatives that we can connect with. So I hope that, our journey does not end today, and this is a start for some of you for relationship with Johor Corporation and JCorp. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Encik Najmi and Tyler, for your insightful welcome and opening address, and for setting the stage for our discussion today. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Teknologis Mahathir Aziz, former CEO of Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation MDEC, and he also a board member of Jalan Group. Please give a warm welcome to Yang Bahagia Datuk.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Cik Najmi Nordin, Chief Learning Officer, Johor Corporation, and also Executive Committee of Cerebrum, Mr. Adrian Seng, Portfolio Director, Gov Insider, Mr. Tyler Lim, Director, Transformation and Strategic Projects, Gov Insider, Cik Hazmin Abdul Rahim, Director, Industry Business Architect, Industries Customer Advisory, SAP Southeast Asia, Mr. Jackson Sang, VP, Digital Energy Business Division, Schneider Electric, Ms. Eva Lee, Commercial Leader for Professional Business, Signify Malaysia, Senior Management from Johor Corporation and Group, Datuk-Datuk, Senior Officials from the State and Federal Consul General, speakers, sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and friends from both the public and private sector that I may not have mentioned. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, salam perpaduan, salam Malaysia Madani, and also good morning. It is with great pleasure and honor that I stand before you today to say a few words at the second series of the Johor Conversations 2024. As I was made to understand, this is the fifth and also the final one for this year. We hope to be part of this again sessions in the future. Before all that, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers and hosts, both Gov Insider and also Johor Corp, for this opportunity for me to be present among the industry players and professionals, key stakeholders from the local, state, and federal governments, thought leaders, and representatives from various parts of the globe. This event rather brings together everyone that has been following the progress of the Johor Singapore Special Economic Zone, or JCES, with great interest, to share their thoughts and insights, exchange ideas and knowledge, seek opportunities for deeper collaboration, and explore the possibilities of technology and sustainability as key drivers for transformation of future cities, especially within JSS. I also understand that there will be a number of the intellectual discourse on topics ranging from sustainable development, digital transformation, and also talents between this morning and also lunch. So having been about a month away from stepping down from MDEC, I can assure you those topics remain among the things of which I'm very passionate about. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysians today are cautiously beaming with a sense of optimism, and if I were to quote some of the news articles, a bit of pride as well, and I'll touch a bit on this. Certainly, recent developments such as the strengthening of the ringgit against the US dollar has made an impact on our confidence. While this ultimately depends on many external factors, especially the US and China, it serves as a good indicator for how well the economy is doing and how well the economy is doing and booming in this region that is close to Singapore. While the topic of the cost of living remains a huge concern for a lot of Malaysians, the foreign investors are rapidly returning, and the number of jobs created in the first quarter of 2024 has increased by about 1.5% year to year to more than 8.9 million jobs, according to Department of Statistics of Malaysia. If we were to zoom that into ICT or digital, as we commonly refer to today, the report, and I'll go a bit on a commercial that MDEC's Horizon Report, a perspective on the Malaysia's digital economy, 2023 and 2024, the digital economy itself grew by almost 15% compared to 2021, which is notable because it marks the third consecutive year that Malaysia's digital economy has experienced an annual double-digit growth rate. What is even more interesting is that the digital economy continues to outpace the growth rate of Malaysia's own national economy. Based on both midterm and also long-term analysis, digital economy is expected to have a CAGR of about 13.5% and 9.7%, while the national economy's CAGR is about 12.7% and also 6.7% respectively. What this tells us is that it clearly gives a good indication that digital and technology, in other words, is a key driver of Malaysia's economic growth. Which brings us back to JCES, a project designed to cover strategic areas in Johor and aims to leverage on the close proximity and economic relationship between Johor and also Singapore. This strategic project will transform one of the busiest border regions in the world into a trading and a transportation mega hub, which should bolster economies of Johor, Malaysia, and also Singapore, obviously, through the creation of thousands of jobs, driving up property values in the region and boost local businesses. And the two key areas within JCES that have been identified and work is already on the way, obviously, in Kulai and also Pengerang as well, which includes some of the traditional yet progressive industries like logistics, manufacturing, and healthcare. We have also expanded that into digital, energy, and food security. Ultimately, these aspirations of JCES are built on three pillars that includes enhanced mobility, robust business ecosystem, and new investments. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a technologist by profession, and I do not profess or claim that I know a lot about building cities and all that, but developing ecosystems, especially tech and digital ecosystems, is something that is very close to my heart. While I may not have developed townships like some of you in this room have, in my own years of promoting the tech ecosystem with its nucleus in Cyberjaya and developing framework for cities powered by technologies and digital, I have long lobbied for a few critical and fundamental aspects to be in place. One, the infrastructure, both hard and soft, must be in place, robust and of practical utilization for business ecosystem to thrive. This ranges from physical connectivity aspects, physical activity aspects of transportation from both private and public, and extends to communication infrastructure and a business-friendly policies and set of regulations. I'm happy to see the progress of the RTS, which is an already ongoing flagship project within JCES that is expected to facilitate seamless movement of both people and goods, which will further integrate the economies of Johor and Singapore. We should further laud the efforts of key stakeholders of both cities to improve cross-border and intercity transportation networks to support the anticipated increase in traffic and also economic activities. Two, the ability to grow, nurture, and attract talents into the ecosystem. Exactly what Najmi mentioned and touched bit earlier. We have seen the establishment of many things, programs, the Johor Talent Development Council, Skills Johor, and the Academy and JCorp as well, and other related programs where industries and educational institutions are engaged, consulted, and also committed to strategize plans to ensure that JSS will have a steady pipeline of professionals that can meet the demands of businesses operating within and working with the zone itself. 3, carrots for businesses and pioneers of JSS. The commitment to incentivize the right kind of industries, businesses, and economic activities that will ultimately create the intended impact to economic objectives of the zone relating to jobs, local businesses, and economic value of the cities that have been identified as key. In this aspect, there are existing incentive models that have been established, in use, and can possibly be enhanced to ensure that investments are sustainable for the long run. For sustainability, and I'm not only talking about UN SDGs and the like, granted the use of resources like land, water, energy have to be combined with technology to ensure that JSS is sustainable by design and not merely an afterthought. However, we have to delve a bit deeper into the aspects of sustainability where zones, cities, and regions or ecosystems can sustain and stand on its own. Key in achieving this is the development of local ecosystems that can produce, consume, and grow its own economic pie beyond the initial infusion of incentives and other forms of interventions. 5, digital sovereignty. It is a critical aspect of any nation's digital transformation. Cities and businesses that are enabled by technology will consume digital solutions that are integrated easily within their own operations to achieve better efficiency and improve the bottom lines. Therefore, we must invest and develop local tech companies that create solutions that will address some of those issues. So, esteemed guests, JSS is poised to become a pivotal economic driver of economic growth in the region, and as stated previously, this initiative requires the contribution and participation from all stakeholders, local, state, federal, and also international, coming from both public and private sectors. A lot of hard work, sweat, tears have gone into this initiative, and it requires further commitment to ensure that the objectives of JSS are realized. We are developing a region that should be sustainable by design and powered by technology. But we must first acknowledge, respond, and solve prevailing issues and anticipate future challenges through collaborations and methods that runs along the line of collaboration as well. Governments have to continue to lead in the establishment of more flagship and catalytic projects that will enlarge the economic pie for the common good of all the people and its constituents. I look forward to listening to the panel sessions and speakers, and I do hope you will enjoy the day ahead. I'll leave you with a saying that my friends and I like to use. Yes, it is in Malay that I did a direct translation into English. It goes something like this. If it's not this, meaning whatever that we are trying to do, then what? If it's not us, then who? If it's not now, then when? Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dato', for such an inspiring keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, after this, we're going to have a panel discussion. So if you have any questions to panelists, please go to slido.com and key in the code #JC2024, #JC2024, and post your question to our panelists. And we'll be using the same QR code for Q&A for all panel discussions today. Next up, we move into our panel discussion on Johor's sustainable future, pioneering tomorrow's development. We are privileged to have a group of distinguished panelists who will be discussing Johor's visionary approach to sustainable development. Moderating this session is Maren Paul, conference producer Gulf Insider. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Fadila. A very good morning to everyone present here. Thank you so much for being here today. So for our next panel session on Johor's sustainable future, pioneering tomorrow's development, I would like to invite our fellow panelists. Calling Mr. Eddie Suresh, Board of Director, UN Global Compact Network Malaysia and Brunei. Mr. Eddie, please. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Zainura Zainon, Professor and Director, Center of Environmental Sustainability and Water Security from UTM. Dr. Zainura. Last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Jackson, Vice President, Digital Energy Business Division from Schneider Electric. Jackson. Thank you so much, panelists, for being here. So if anyone has any questions for the panelists, please do scan the QR code and post your questions on Slido. All right. So without further ado, this session will be about uncovering Johor's visionary approach to sustainable development as it pioneers innovative solution and initiative to shape a prosperous and environmentally conscious future, setting the stage for tomorrow's growth. So moving on to the first question. To all panelists, how do you see the balance between technology and sustainability, often viewed as opposing forces in your work? Steady.
Morning, everyone. I'm losing a bit of my voice, so don't mind a bit of the raspiness. Well, I would disagree with you because for me, in my view, sustainability's sharpest tool is definitely technology. And I mean, we can't talk about decarbonization without infusing technology and innovation, right? So where does solar panels and, where does the conversation on hydrogen and where does all this beautiful tech that helps to reduce not only the carbon conundrums, but also help to solve the governance issues as well as the social issues. And so for me, it works hand in hand. And as our previous speaker, Mr. Mahdi, has mentioned, it creates a new economy when sustainability and technology goes hand in hand, right? And it creates new jobs, and there's a new ecosystem that comes around it as well. So for me, there is no question about it. I'm not sure who's telling you that they are at odds, but for me, it works hand in hand, and you can't do one without the other.
So it comes together. Okay, how about Dr. Zainura?
Hello, good morning, everyone. I have to echo what Mr. Eddie was saying. I don't see technology and sustainability as opposing forces. In the first place, you can do wonderful things with technology. For example, you can come up with sustainable solutions, innovative sustainable solutions with technologies. For example, clean energy, smart system, and so on. So I would say that the key in making sure that the technology does not go the other way around is to adapt or to integrate sustainable practices into technology, managing resources, using renewable resources, and doing wonderful things with technology, integrating sustainable practices, aligning it with achieving certain sustainable goals to ensure that you use technology in the right path.
Thank you, Dr. Zainura. Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, before I answer, maybe just a quick introduction of Schneider Electric, right? So Schneider Electric, we provide energy management and industrial automation solution for customers. In fact, our business is to provide technology to help customers achieve their sustainability goal. So definitely there is a big benefit, or I would say the way forward for sustainability is to use the right technologies. Of course, if we use the wrong technology, then it's at odds with sustainability. But if we choose the right technology, definitely it will help. Myself, I'm with Schneider Electric 18 years. Before that, I worked for Yokogawa as well as GE. So I'm always in the technology field, right? So I hands-on with all this technology as well. So I see that if we apply the technology well, definitely it will make impact to the business, impact to sustainability as well. So I say is understand the technology, apply it properly, then definitely it will benefit everybody towards this sustainability journey. Yeah.
So we can conclude that technology is not an opposing force, but it comes together. Okay, moving on to the next portion on innovation in sustainability. Prof. Zainura, as more industries begin to set up in Johor due to the special economic zone, the pressures on resources will increase. Can you share from a research perspective, or is there any use cases? How can this be managed?
In the first place, Johor is a wonderful state, blessed with so many natural resources, but some of them come in limited amount. So before I commented, based on my experience in research and consultation, but I would say that the most crucial approach in making sure that we achieve technology advancement, but still practicing sustainability is actually managing the resources that we have. So here, for example, resources can be in the form of energy, water, and so on. But what we could learn from actually, or based on research, years of experience working with other agencies, other entities inside and outside the country, is managing the resources in a way that the resources can be used ultimately, indefinitely. For example, what we have in certain countries, what have been practiced in Europe and Japan, for example, is what they call industrial symbiosis or eco-industrial park, which is actually making sure that, for example, everything is closed loop, or nowadays the term coined as being circular economy. But actually it's making sure that perhaps one company waste or one agency waste can be the starting resources of another. So in making sure that this is happening, this is not easy as being painted. It requires perhaps amendments in terms of the legislation. It also require collaboration from one agency to another, as well as also participation from the communities. So for example, here we're talking about simply using scheduled waste from another company. Perhaps it's not as easy as it would be in Europe, but those something that could be made happen. And again, I would say that this is something that and in Johor perhaps could be the leading state in doing so, exemplary state, so that we are gearing our initiative toward the economic zone. That's all from me.
So we have to work together in order to achieve sustainability. So we heard from the research perspective. So Mr. Eddie, how to manage sustainability with the expansion of industries from a business perspective? Where do businesses in Malaysia stand on sustainability compared to the region and globally, and what kind of key roadblocks are there?
Good question. Now, I think before we talk about what businesses are doing, we must also understand what is the ecosystem for businesses to behave more sustainably, right? So from the policy perspective, I think Malaysia is doing well. We have introduced a National Energy Transition Roadmap, or NETA. We have also, yesterday we have launched a climate change policy. We have also launched, it's been an eventful week, So last week we have also launched the National Sustainability Reporting Framework, which pretty much mandates all listed companies to report on Scope 3 emissions, also goes down to ACE market, as well as group revenue above 2 billion. So I don't know if JCorp might be thinking about their Scope 3 emissions next as well, right? So with the policy, then it drives companies and enterprises to start thinking in a manner of not just how to be responsible, but at the same time to be resilient and also find opportunities that come from it, right? Now, as we shift towards the conversation of opening up the economy, this helps the companies to gain more revenue and business. but they also understand that, if they are sustainable, then only they can plug into the ecosystem, right? And so I was in New York last week, right, for the General Assembly as well as the Summit of the Future and so on. And so one of the discussions that we were all talking about was Malaysia is going to be ASEAN chair, right, next year. So how do we use this as a leverage to do economic diplomacy, similar to what we are doing with Singapore, but how do we open this up to the bigger region of ASEAN itself and make sure that, because the conversation in ASEAN itself now pivots towards sustainability as well as ESG, right? So we have to make sure that the companies here are ready. They have to look at it from a business acumen perspective, and they are moving forward, right? So in the larger scale of things, of course, you have the SMEs who ask, why I need to do this? It sounds like more work, sounds like more costs, and so on and so forth. But FYI, if you don't do it, you might lose business, right? So as of last month, I came into this wonderful conversation with Petronas, and Petronas has made it mandatory for their entire 4,700 supply chain to learn about sustainability. So then I get a call from one of my guys who's a vendor, right? So he tells me, hey bro, I need to see you urgently. I'm like, okay, so what's going on? So he's showing me the dashboard and he's telling me that, I submitted my invoice, but I can't check the status. So I say, okay, why? What's going on? So when I clicked on it, it said update profile, and it came out with an ESG survey. Okay, so business resilience now, if you ask me, the license to operate also includes having sustainability as part of your business operations. So I'm giving you a few examples of the ecosystem itself. Companies also being receptive. Of course, change comes with a lot of resistance, but eventually they will all get there. The moment they see this as a business advantage, I don't see why not.
Is there any punishments if they don't proceed being sustainable? Like some SMEs, they will say that they don't really have the capital to invest into sustainable products or resources. So how do you cope with that?
I think we need to tell them first, demystify the sustainability topic. I think there's too much of mystery around E, S, and G. And just let them know you're probably already doing it. Most of the SMEs already have the ISO 14000, which means they've done the E, they know how to calculate their scope 1 and 2. They have an ABMS system, which means that they're probably ahead in terms of their governance and things like that. So demystify it, make it bite-sized. Don't make this into a complex. I hope there are no consultants here, but usually I'm against the consultants because they tend to they tend to con and insult, right? So, anyways, so they make it expensive. But if you let the SMEs know that this is affordable, you probably out of 10 steps you've taken 5. Then it just becomes a realignment of what they've already done and just getting on board. Now, if they don't do it, then they risk losing business. That's all. It's quite simple.
Losing business sounds scary. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Eddie. So, Mr. Jackson, from Schneider Electric's perspective, can you describe how does SE, internal culture, drive your innovation to create sustainable solutions for your partners?
Okay. I think I'm pretty lucky because when I joined Schneider Electric 18 years ago, that's the time Schneider Electric started the sustainability journey. That's how long ago, right? Yeah, so at the time, our CEO, Jean-Pascal Tricoin, decided to publish a triple bottom line. Not sure anybody heard about this old term, right? So beside profit, we need to publish our impact on planet, the environmental that we mentioned nowadays, as well as people. How do we take care of people? Not just our employees, but our suppliers, our other stakeholders as well. So foresight of our chairman or CEO during that time. So I witnessed the evolution of this topic within the company. Yeah. So today, this sustainability topic, I would say, is not a side topic anyway. It's part of our organization, our operation. It's part of our DNA. It's kind of embedded everywhere in our operation, right from the R&D to the supply chain, manufacturing, logistics, even our HR policy, our governance, all embedded with sustainability requirement. Yeah, so become part of the company DNA today. So we don't say this is a separate department. It's actually part of our company culture today. Yeah, so I would say that that help everybody so-called embark on this sustainability journey without question because it's part of our operation model. So the R&D is looking for a way to design our product using less or least environmental impact material, how to recycle the product, how to make the product more efficient to produce, how do we transport it in a less small carbon footprint. Yeah. And then our solution nowadays, we design to make sure that we make impact on customer carbon emission or energy efficiency. So all the design, all the sustainability started from the design perspective all the way to the manufacturing, yeah, and then how we serve the customer. Yeah, so that is our internal so-called mandate, yeah. So 3 years ago, we also think it's not enough. How do we help our customer to accelerate this journey, right? So 4 years ago, I was tasked to start out sustainability business advisory service in the region. The objective is to help customers understand this topic and to help them adapt technology, digital technology or new technology that can help them reduce their carbon footprint or help them to be more energy efficient. So this become our business. So sustainability become our business and it's intertwined. Right? And this is really making a good business for Schneider Electric. You look at Schneider Electric, I mean, for my time when I joined 18 years ago and now, the business or top line more than triple. Profitability increased by a lot, right? Public information you can search. So it's not something confidential, right? And we are constantly being voted most sustainable company in the world. This year by Times and Stavia as well, the most sustainable company 2024. And this is helping us to gain more customer trust. Yeah, a lot of and just nice that now a lot of big companies, they want to be sustainable as well. They want to work with companies that are sustainable as well. So just nice that we started 18 years ago and then now we reap the fruit. So of course to share this story is not to say that you need to take 18 years, no more. Yeah, every company should be able to be sustainable in a much shorter time. 18 years ago is a very new topic, but today this shouldn't be a new topic. So everybody should be able to understand this topic well and how they can embed this into their company operations. Yeah, all right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson.
And if I can add to that, they say culture will eat strategy for breakfast, right? So, so you got to embed it as a whole of organization movement.
So we got few questions from the floor. So the first question with the construction of data centers and the increasing interest in this industry, how do we sustain the resources in Johor? Anyone?
Well, I talk about managing, it's very critical to managing the resources. And one of the resources that we perhaps overlook is actually water, because right now we have a lot of rainfall, and in fact we have too much water. But I'm not sure whether you know that Johor River is one of the river which is already considered under stress. What does it mean to be under stress? Is that more than 60% of the water from the river is actually being extracted for consumption. And at the moment, and what makes it more critical is that we are also using that resources to supply water to Singapore. And in countries go to war because of water security issues. So I think it's very, very critical for Johor State, apart from investing in renewable energy, clean energy, digital economy, and so on, is actually to look into how the water is being managed. Because if we were to move forward to provide platform or to open up for new investment, we have to solve the water issue. I recall being called by Pengerang local authority a few years back when they wanted us to actually make a water blueprint for Pengerang because they just want to see how they could manage water better. But they were surprised when we make some projection that by the time 2026, if they keep receiving new investors without actually figuring out what they should do with water, they would not be able to sustain the businesses over there. So it's a very imperative for, before planning even made, before we actually accept new investors to actually look into whether, especially business that is water intensive, we are able to sustain that businesses, taking into consideration as well the changing climate. We may have so much water now, we may not have much in the next 5 years. The data has also proven that we may have intense erratic rain right now, but in the next 4 or 5 years, or perhaps next year, we will start experiencing long series of drought, long months of without water. And this could actually, we have seen these bits and pieces happening in other parts of Malaysia, but based on the research, we have just concluded a research, what we call water security on Johor River Basin, but the data showed us using different different climate model, that we will have issues on water if we're not doing something right now. Simple initiative like water reclamation, efficient water use, and so on, we will be having issues in the future.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Can I
Zainul.
add something here?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I think data center topic, I think, is controversial right now, but I want to add something here, right? Yeah. In addition to solving the supply issue, I think we need to use the energy of water in a more efficient way. So for data center, definitely, yes, the computing power is increasing. People talk about AI, etc., etc. But with the new technology, we are actually using a less energy per computing power, right? So we have to recognize that, right? Much less the energy as compared to last time. Even NVIDIA knew the GPU, right? They use a less energy per computing power as compared to the previous version. So this is one area to say that while we're increasing the usage, we use less. So it's very key point. So this is the computing power side. But the computing power increase will cause the temperature to increase, so we need more cooling. That's using more energy. So which is why we are exploring to use liquid cooling to cool down the CPU much faster using less energy. So by doing this, we'll still keep the so-called PUE, which is a key parameter in data center, low, right? So the computing power could be triple, 5 times, 10 times, but the amount of energy we use is kept constant, for example. So that is how technology can help to solve this balancing issue. Yeah. So using technology definitely can help to manage the consumption portion, make it more efficient. Yeah. So supply we need to solve, but the demand we need to take care as well. Yeah.
There's so many growing data centers in Malaysia, so I think it's very important for us to take note on how we can be more sustainable. So we have about 7 minutes left, so I would like to move on to the future growth and sustainable practices. So to all panelists, what will it take for Johor to be the shining example for being a sustainable economic powerhouse in the region? Steady?
Well, I'm a Johor boy, and I come from the media background and things like that, right? So I always believe that we must know how to tell our stories well, you know? And at times we seem to forget how to capture the essence of storytelling. And SEZ, as I see it, you know, this is an opportunity to tell a new story of Johor. And it must be a people-based or people-centric economy that we are going to send the message out. This is not about, you know, attracting Singaporeans to come here and you know, for me, that is not this, pardon my English, but you know, it's not sexy enough. For me, it must show that, you know, it is people-centric, you know, it is meant to enhance local businesses, it is meant to give new jobs, you know, and the storytelling must pivot around that. If we lose that narrative, then, you know, it's all about buildings and cars and you know, and bricks and whatnot, right? And it also, to some extent, some people start asking, you know, are we losing our land space to our neighbors and things like that? So if we don't know how to storytell in a clear way and also show that this is actually meant to enhance the lives and livelihoods of Johorians, and if we don't control the narrative from the start, then the narrative controls us, right? So that is going to be about something else altogether. So if we want to be a shining example, then we must show that at the heart of all this is the people, and that is also the essence of sustainability itself. that it must be people, planet, and then profit at the same time, right? So we're telling do well and do good at the same time, but most importantly, keep people at the heart of the conversation, from my view.
Thank you, Mr. Eddie. People is the main key point here. Dr. Zainura?
I think again, I'm not a Johorian. I'm not born in Johor, but I feel that I am Bangsa Johor now because I've lived in Johor more than I live in my own home state. I'm from Perak, by the way. Anyway, so echoing again what Eddie was saying, I do agree that in terms of making sure that we continue to strive economically, we have to put the people, community at the heart of the development and making sure that the community are resilient and contributing to the sustainable practices. And for this to happen, you have to educate and do knowledge transfer in a way that they appreciate. And I also feel that the governance approach have to be adaptive in nature, meaning that we're not only talking about making sure that the community is resilient and so on, but also the way we govern the state, it has to be flexible and has to be adaptive in nature, making sure that we flexible enough to make changes when changes need to be made. And this need to have support from all the parties, from all the entities involved, talking about communities, private sectors, NGOs, and so on. So giving you an example, we submitted a grant trying to get funding from the government, also from the international bodies. When we put there, the attention or the core, the focal point of the grant is the community. But again, some thinking are still very conventional. When we presented the grant to the funder or the evaluator, the local one, by the way, they were asking, why are you, putting the community at the heart of the development? Because, community cannot do anything, and it has to be top down. Again, this thinking has to be shifted. When you want something to happen, you have to make sure that, you address the issue at the grassroots. So again, making sure that, the approach is simultaneous, top-down, bottom-up happen simultaneously, and making sure that the development at the end of the day will benefit everyone, not just the businesses.
Thank you, Dr. Zainura. Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, I prepared 3 points to share, for consideration. First one is prioritizing the sustainable development. When we look at the development, we definitely need to make sure that we minimize the environmental impact. How do we mitigate it? And then how do we design the development in a sustainable way? Meaning that use less resources, use less energy, and then less environmental impact. So many different kind of so-called development. So need to pick the right one. If we can't avoid impacting the environment, how to minimize it, right? The second one is same as Eddie also mentioned just now. It's about people, right? We need to develop a sustainable, knowledgeable workforce. Workforce that understand this topic well. Yeah. The danger of people not understanding is they will be like Prof mentioned, right? Wow, they will reject a lot of new ideas because they don't understand that the implication of sustainability, right? So we need to educate the workforce, we level them up, not just the hard skill, but the skill and knowledge on sustainability as well. How their design, how their action will impact sustainability. Last but not least is ensuring good governance and transparency, especially in the sustainability reporting, right? We heard so much about greenwashing. We don't want to be like that. So to avoid that is to make sure transparency, right? What we are measuring, what we are tracking, what kind of data we can make available to everybody. So I think if we can do this, many other things, but I think these 3 will help to make anybody to be the shining star of sustainable development. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson. So your time up now. So I'd like to summarize. I think Mr. Jackson summed up the points that Mr. Eddie and Dr. Zainura shared. So in order to be an example to other states or countries, we need to be together. So the key important points would be people, workforce, governance, knowledge, and being transparent. I think if we can hold each other's hands, we definitely can attain sustainability. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank our panelists. If you have more questions, you can catch them during our coffee break. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you, Marion and panelists, for the engaging discussion. Next, we have a special insight session by Mr. Jackson Seng, Vice President of Schneider Electric. So I need you to be back on the stage. I will be sharing the strategies for creating a more sustainable Johor. Please welcome.
Thank you. I'm back again. Yeah. Let me try this slide. This is slide. Okay, thank you. Yeah, today I would like to share a little bit about the global trends, how it impact businesses and the world, as well as how we can adopt some of the technology to help us in sustainable development. Yeah, so more on the technology aspect. Yeah. So before we talk about the sustainability, I would like to share what, as a company, Schneider Electric, what we see in globally, the 5 mega trends that are impacting businesses. Number one, I think is very clear, everybody understand this topic, climate change, right? So we already see this is real, it's happening everywhere right now. You see all these extreme weathers, unpredictable weathers, etc., etc. It's all because of climate change. And we all know that in order to turn or slow down the climate change is to reduce carbon emission. So a lot of topics on how do we electrify, means moving away from fossil fuel type of operation to electric operation. And then from there, we clean out the electric supply. So that's how we impact everybody's today. Yeah, our operations, our businesses, people living as well. Yeah. The second one that we see recently is the new global equilibrium. What does it mean? I think you see this geopolitical tension, trade war. So people shifting or changing their supply chain right now, right? They want the supply chain to be nearer. They want it to be more agile, more resilient. Yeah. They also want to make sure that they can operate it with redundancy, right? No less of a single source. They want to have a dual source or even triple source. So all this require not just changing the supply chain, it require a lot of digital technology to help them manage this as well. Yeah, so for example, our company, we use SAP a lot to manage our supply chain. Yeah, so it's very important to understand what is changing right now and why we need to adopt digital technology nowadays. Yeah. Third is actually driving from the first two as well, is the digitalization and artificial intelligence. Of course, on social media, you already see this artificial intelligence popping up everywhere. ChatGPT, Copilot, Facebook, all this with AI embedded. That is just for the social aspect, But behind the scene, we are actually using AI for business operation as well. Behind the scene, we are trying to make energy efficiency, making sure we reduce the carbon footprint by using less energy. And all this is possible because of the technology advancement. And this is also driving all the data center boom in the region. You see it in Malaysia, in Singapore, in the region. Yeah, all this we are expecting to grow the segment by more than 3 times by 2027. So that is how huge the data center growing because of this digitalization as well as AI topic. Yeah. Fourth is energy transition. We talk a lot about greening the supply chain. The energy supply, renewable energy, solar, wind, hydro. But the other side of the coin is actually how do we use less, as I mentioned just now. Yeah, because there is a limited amount of green energy available. The growth of the green supply is not able to catch up with the demand if we don't manage the demand. So which is why it's two sides of a coin. While we want to green the supply, we need to use energy more efficiently as well. Yeah. And last but not least, evolution of wealth. I mean, in Southeast Asia, it's still a growing economies. We still have a lot of young population that is requiring the access to energy, to access to a lot of these digital services. Yeah, and you look at today, right? Everybody have a handphone in hand right now. Compared to many years ago, this is unknown of, right? Yeah. So you can imagine that all this young population that is coming online, where they start to work, where they start to demand the access to energy as digital services, they will put a lot of pressure on the infrastructure, on everybody. So all this is all the challenges that businesses have to solve today, and we have to solve it sustainably, right? So that's the challenge of today. Yeah. So how do we do it? So for Schneider Electric, we have our philosophy, right? From what we see is we need to combine digital and electric to drive a sustainable future. When we talk about digital, we are referring to more software, more automation, as well as data, right? Using our core strength to help customers automate as well as driving for efficient operation. From the electric portion, again, we're specializing in energy. We are helping customers with renewable energy, yes, but on the other hand, we're also helping them to decarbonize their operation as well as their supply chain. So combining the technology, the digital technology, as well as the energy transformation, we'll be able to drive for a sustainable future. So that's how, that's the equation from Schneider Electric to address this issue. Yeah. So how do we do it systematically? I think a lot of people are overwhelmed by this topic, right? Sustainability, decarbonization, energy efficiency, many angles. So to help our customers, as I mentioned, we started the advisory division in the region 4 years ago, is to help our customer taking the step more systematically. So we derived these 3 simple steps for our customers to help them specifically on the decarbonization topic. Yeah. So now from the big sustainability topic, we zoom down to decarbonization, which will impact their operation as well as the climate change. So first one is the strategize. Of course, the company can do it themselves, not necessarily engaging advisor or consultant. They can do it themselves, or they can get support from external party. Why is it so important? Because this is, sustainability is a long-term journey. So this strategy is kind of charting a long-term so-called roadmap for the whole companies, yeah, and galvanizing everybody in the company in the same direction on this topic. So establishing the baseline, creating the roadmap where they can reduce the carbon from different kind of technology, and then have a structured way of driving this topic internally, right? As I mentioned, transparency is very important as well. And then last but not least is to engage the ecosystem. Because as you might realize right now, sustainability is not a one-man show or one company show. It takes a whole ecosystem. Everybody is connected together. So it's important to engage the whole ecosystem, how everybody come together and work together. Just like JCorp organizing all this event, trying to get this whole ecosystem to work together, creating understanding, supporting each other. The second one is moving into digital technology. Again, with the large amount of data, it's no longer feasible to do it manually or on an Excel spreadsheet. So more and more, we are advocating customers to take the digitized journey to make sure that they have a system to track all this data at the enterprise level. I'm talking about people with a lot of sites, right? Company with a lot of sites. And from here, you can start to track the progress from the first step. So the first step is not isolated steps. The first step is actually linked to the digitize, because what you want to reduce, what you want to track is digitizing it, and then you can use a digital platform to track it. And then from there, you can check the progress. So now you are linked. You are not just implementing a digital platform for nothing. You're linking back to your decarbonization roadmap. And then last but not least, will be all those special so-called technology that you want to implement side by side. And it's again, it's linked back to your decarbonization roadmap. Everything is linked together. So you're not ad hoc doing something here and then another day doing another thing at the other side. All according to the roadmap. And of course, this form a circle. So with this approach, all companies should be able to have a very structured approach to reach their decarbonization target. And then Schneider Electric, as I mentioned just now, not just our company, we want to be sustainable, but we want to help our customers to be successful as well. So we want to make an impact. We want to partner with our customers on their sustainability and efficiency journey. So that's the company motto. Yeah. Of course, we have a large amount of portfolio to support customer. As I mentioned just now, we have two businesses. One, energy management. The other one is industrial automation. And we are serving 4 end markets: data centers, buildings, industry, and infrastructure. In view of the time limitation, I'll cover just the data center and building aspect. And we can always catch up during the coffee breaks. So buildings, yeah. So let's go into buildings. 8% CAGR. I mean, we are all living in a building, working in a building, house, offices, hospitals, etc., etc. This is linked to the mega trend as well, where young population coming out. They need all these facilities. They need a place to work, to live, and then to take care of themselves when they are not feeling well. And then, of course, the government sector is expanding. Yeah. But it's no longer the same like last time that you just build a building for people. It's driven by these 5 key drivers. Decarbonization, adaptability, I think this is clear. The building has to be low carbon footprint. Either the low embedded carbon footprint or from the operation carbon emission aspect has to be reduced. Meaning that use less energy and more optimized in usage. Yeah. That linked to the adaptability, because a building is not static. Today we have so many people in this room, but tomorrow might be empty. So to make sure that we don't waste energy when nobody in the room. Those are the things that is maybe very minor as what people perceive, but it adds up to a lot of wastage. Yeah. And automation, digital solution is coming to make sure that we don't waste energy like this. Yeah. Renovation, why is it so important? A lot of people pay attention to the new building. You know, make sure it's efficient. Yeah. But don't forget, more than half of the building are pretty old, and they will still be operating by 2050. If we don't optimize those buildings, it will actually producing a lot of carbon footprints. And for building, if you look at global perspective, right, the building produces 37% of global carbon emission footprint. So it's actually quite a big contributor to climate change. Yeah. And last but not least is the financial pressure. People, more and more big companies will choose green building or efficient building as their offices.
Why? Because many big companies already committed to become carbon neutral. So if they are becoming carbon neutral, their offices has to be carbon neutral as well. So if you ask them to choose, they will choose an office that is very efficient or maybe carbon neutral as their future offices. So they will put pressure on building owners. Yeah, they will lose out to those new building or efficient building if they don't renovate or improve their buildings. So that is a financial pressure aspect. Yeah, when more efficient building or green building coming online, the old building will become stranded asset for many companies. So, and then last but not least, of course, technical capability is already quite pervasive right now, quite easily accessible right now. Yeah. So with that in mind, all this technology will help us to drive energy efficiency and help our building owners to achieve that goal. Yeah. So I think just to see holistically how the solution works in a building. Yeah. I think the topic about data center is quite hot. I see a lot of questions on data center. Yeah. I think I don't repeat why we see this data center booming in the region. I think people are quite familiar why is it booming right now. But I want to touch on a sustainable data center aspect, right? Yeah. I mentioned the prediction, right? The data center business or this market is expected to grow at least 3 times by 2027. And today, data center customer, they are looking at 2 things. First, how do they build a data center and put it in operation as quick as possible? The second one is how do they run the data center in an efficient way? 2 things, yeah, top of their mind, right? Within the budget, of course. So what we are helping the customer do today, learning from US, actually the bubble is coming from US and all these global giants, right? So we help the customer up to 60% reduction in planning and design as our deployment is to standardize the design, prefabricate it in the factory. So with that way, they actually reduce the design time because they can just copy and paste. Secondly, when we prefabricate in the factory, meaning that all the testing integration are done in the factory. So less site work. Yeah. Third point is modular, right? So the data center is not day one 100%. Day one could be just 20%, but they need to scale up quickly. So modular means that they can just so-called put out the capacity when it's needed. Yeah. So with this kind of approach, they can actually speed out the deployment by 60%. Yeah. And then the second one is 34% energy consumption reduction. Yes, like I mentioned today, when we design data center or any building today, we design for efficient operation. All this modular design is to optimize the design, cut the losses, cut the power losses, making sure that we have the most optimal control for the data center from the power as well as the cooling perspective. So with the proper design and use the right equipment, then we can help customer to run the data center at its optimum operating point, and then that will help them to reduce energy consumption or carbon emission on a long-term basis. And then, of course, to make 100% carbon emission reduction is to supply it with renewable energy. I think in Johor, you have a lot of land. I know a lot of data centers and customers like to choose Johor is because they can get access to solar renewable energy, 100% to power their data center. So important because this is the criteria for big data center nowadays. They want to have 100% renewable energy because they want to run carbon neutral data center. Yeah. And of course, with the advancement in the battery storage, etc., you could be storing the solar renewable energy in the battery storage system and then release it at night to power the data center as well. Then that truly become 100% renewable energy supply type of data center. Yeah. Just to show you holistically what is available for data center to make a sustainable data center operation. And more importantly, we are also trying the latest technology. We are already testing some liquid cooling technology that would help customers, data center operator, to reduce their energy consumption further. Yeah. Okay, just last 3 slides before the tea break. So just now I mentioned, we want to help customer in the sustainability, efficient operation. Actually, it takes a different kind of format, right? You can start with very simple type of equipment. Here, I just show one equipment is to speed up the deployment of a data center. Yeah, instead of cabling all these, people are using busway nowadays, meaning that they can scale up the capacity easily because the busway is connectable in different points. So that help the data center to deploy their data center in a much quicker way than conventional cable. So this is helping with their deployment speed. Second is, of course, there are customers, this pharmaceutical customer producing insulin. I don't put the name here, but I think you know which company. Yeah. So they use the technology, not just the normal automation, but they use Aviva, which is a Schneider Electric company, to manage their whole plant health performance as well, making sure their operation is always up to speed. So this is the second level up in terms of digitalization. Of course, the most advanced is to adapt AI and digital twin technology. So this is a water plant in Selangor. I think you know which one also. So adopted digital twin in the water plant. This helped them to drive efficiency or productivity by 20%. And they have the 3D visualization to help the operator understand the operation in a much easier manner. Yeah. And then with this, they go one step further in terms of digitalization. And that hopefully will help to improve the productivity, production of the water. And that is kind of linked to the water shortage that doctor mentioned just now. So I say it's different kind of digitalization adoption, but there's always a way for customer to use digital solution to improve their operations. Yeah. And this is my last slide. Yeah. Again, just to let everybody know, Schneider Electric, we want to be partners in sustainability and efficiency. So we work with all partners, including all the stakeholders here. So we welcome a conversation, which is the objective of JCorp as well. Let's start the conversation with Schneider Electric and see how we can collaborate on this sustainability journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson, for the sharing of our strategy. So here the Snapside QR code to access to the key takeaways from the session just now. So while you are accessing the QR code, it's now time for a break. Grab your coffee and don't miss the tech talk by Miss Eva Lee from Signify Malaysia at the lounge area, and we'll be back at 11:30 a.m. Thank you, everyone. and we hope you are feeling refreshed and ready for more after this. Because our next session is a panel discussion on digital transformation in Johor's economy a tech-driven future, which is topic we all know is shaping the future. As usual, if you have any question for our panelists, please go to slido.com and key in the code hashtag JC2024 and post your question. And for that, I would like to invite the moderator for this session, again, Mr. Tyler from Gulf Insider, to introduce the rest of the esteemed panelists. Please welcome.
Hello everybody, welcome back. I hope you had an enjoyable tea break. We shall begin the session immediately. I'd like to invite our panelists. First up, can I invite Dr. Raslan, Senior Vice President at the Malaysian Industry Government Group for High Technology. Next up, can I invite Puan Surayu, Director, Strategic Planning and Policy Advocacy for the Manufacturing Division, the Malaysian Investment Development Authority, MIDA. Puan, please. And last but not least, Encik Hazin Abdul Rahim, Director, Industry Business Architect, Industry Customer Advisory, SAP Southeast Asia. All right, so we are in this session, Digital Transformation in Johor's Economy, Tech-Driven Future. I think we have already spoken in multiple forums, and I'm sure in the other conferences you would have attended. It's always technology, technology, technology. We are all clear, it's going to be big. Digital is going to be a key driver, right? But we shall start off with what is lacking now? What do we need to do better? And I'll go down the line, so I'll start with Dr. Raslan, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning. First and foremost, thank you for inviting us for this very important session. I think this question, this issue actually not new most of you. But I want to highlight a couple of things, which is I think we need to pay more attention. We talk about beyond planning. We talk about real implementation and follow through, which is require a coordinated effort by all stakeholders, that for sure. But to translate into real action, involve multi-level of people, from top leader up to the people at the ground level, which is require clarity in terms of how to follow through. Because we always good in planning. I think for the past couple of years, at the country level or at state or local government level, we are good in planning. So when translate into real action, that require clarity in terms of role and responsibility. I think as a journey, because this special zone require long, patient seminar in terms of resources. That require spirit of cooperation. I'm from MIND, it's a partnership organization. We believe it is only through collaboration, cooperation that only can ensure the follow through. That's one point I want to highlight. Second, on the coordinated policy and implementation work plan. I think this is another issue we need to address because this requires federal, state, local government cooperation. And then the detail is, there's the crux of the issue because without the detail, how to implement? Because to make it happen is back to the all key stakeholders involved, either at the government level, the industry level, or the business level. So the clarity in terms of role and responsibility for each party need to be clearly defined upfront. That's one. Definitely we need the whole nation approach where we're not just talking about dedicated zone per se, we need to also connecting this zone or special zone up to, and then how this complement with other zone. Because as both countries try to promote as a key hub for innovation, for sustainable, for whatever technology, ecosystem and so on, that require complementary approach. Because otherwise we competing. I don't want the north, the south, the east, the west competing each other. We need to see what are the niche area where we can project ourselves. So this is another clarity, priority, and the niche where I know in the past we talk about 16 cluster industry we want to go in, but definitely we need to prioritize. Stop here, I will come back then.
Thank you. I'll sum it up. 3, 1, follow through. 2, cooperation. 3, connections. Right? 1, your thoughts.
So in terms of digital economy, I think Tyler pointed it right, that digital economy is the in thing now, but we have to look into the journey itself. I believe before COVID-19, everybody is very afraid talking about technology and also digital. But when COVID-19 happened, so people start to think about using technology in terms of transmitting the information, transmitting even do the transactions of financial transactions. So they move forward because of the force. This force, one force of the nature, one force of the business requirements. So in this journey, we look at there is a need for, even though that the government has put forward a blueprint and everything, but if there is no push factor from the business community, so it is really, in terms of the development, will be slow. So that's the things that I believe, even though that the government have put forward like the facilitations, in terms of financial facilitations to our business community, especially the SMEs, so they are afraid at that point of time. But because of the pandemic, they come forward and try to improve themselves to be better. So I believe that there are few things that need to be addressed here. One is the infrastructure in terms of internet connectivity itself, as well as the talent requirements and talent availability in the country with regards to this digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's journey. There's lots of facilitation, and I think a lot depends on the organization themselves taking that step forward. Okay, Hasmin, from the private sector lens.
Maybe I give a little bit perspective, right? I mean, as a tech organization like ACP, we deal a lot within commercial organization, not even private sector, but also public sector governments, right? And we see some similarity in there, right? I think Doctor mentioned about an elements of people, right? And I think it's also important. But I think when we talk about digital transformation, we always jump into platform or technology. We need to be mindful of also people that is ready to adopt all this technology. And of course, the other part of it, and when Dr. mentioned about policy, the certain process that we have currently is also important. So I see a lot of similarity when we want to embark into digital transformation on the platform and technology. People and process just come hand in hand together. But of course, I mean, these are normal. I mean, everybody knows. People, platform, and process. But I just want to enhance that a little bit, on how you are creating a better platform that you want to propose. It's also another what we call as 3R. Something that is relevant for the business. Relevant for the business is important. Usually when we talk about digital transformation, we jump into IT conversation. But it's not really about IT conversation. It's about how do we improve the business process. So we see what are the relevant. The relevant is to improve the businesses, to automate businesses, to become more efficient, to make better decisions. I think that's the most important, relevant. And of course, once you embark on it, you need to look into how reliable is that technology, right? So that's important, Tyler, right? Reliable, make sure that it is sustainable, right? And of course, now we are in the cloud business, right? I mean, everybody talk about data center, cloud. How are we going to be making sure that we as a tech company, we are responsible to government, to corporate organization, that we put all this data information at a secure level, more ethical. I think that's another area that we need to always consider. So that's a quick one.
So thank you. So 3 R's. Not reuse, reduce, recycle, okay? Relevant, reliable, and responsible. I'm saying all those words, and let's see how Snapsite picks it up, and then we'll get that into your takeaways. Okay? But I just want to keep you there, Hasmin. You mentioned a lot reliable, relevant, responsible. Now, from SAP, we have heard just now, I think JCorp uses your products. So too did Schneider and Jackson mentioned. You've seen a lot of use cases in businesses, whether Johor and elsewhere. Now, they've all embarked on transformation journeys. There have been ups and downs. Can you share your perspectives on some of these use cases with the audience today? And most importantly, right, I will ask on their behalf, is there a cheat sheet to transformation?
Okay. There's no cheat sheet actually, Tyler, right? Okay. Let me just echo a bit on that, right? So when you see SAP, of course, I mean, you see a lot of big organization that's tagged to us, but I just want to share this information. It's also very important because I know there's some also not big organization, there's small and medium enterprises, especially here in Johor. And that's what JCorp is want to do. I mean, helping the businesses in Johorian people, right? 60% of SAP business in Malaysia comes from small and medium enterprise. So we are not just helping or supporting the big organization. It's also the small and medium enterprises, right? So that shows that it doesn't matter, right? There's no cheat sheet. It doesn't matter are you a small, medium enterprise or you're a big organization or even a government organization. It's actually going back to your how do you want to look into how you want to improve your business, right? I think ultimately through my experience engaging a lot of this type of organization, we probably don't want to, I mean, I don't want to say that I don't want to see the CIO or the CTO, right? I mean, we want to see the business people because this is where the operation day to day. SAP is an operation system, right? It's day-to-day operation system. So it's very important for us to talk to business people. What are the challenges that they are facing day to day and how we want to help them, right, to improve that. So to me, Tyler, no cheat sheet, but I'm more into talk to the real business people where they are really looking into the day-to-day process, and if it is a finance, how do you want to improve their visibility? If they are procurement, how do you want to make sure that they select the right supplier or vendor that is really helping them in organization? If it is a HR conversation, how do we want to make sure that people within the organization is supporting and be more efficient in working? I mean, these are the key areas that we usually approach.
Okay, thank you. So no cheat sheet, but I will take Hasmin as the cheat sheet. I'll come back to you later because I want to expand more on talking to the business people. But I just want to move on to Juan. I mean, Mida, your role, bringing investments, right? We have also spoken about large enterprises, SMEs, as what Hasmin has alluded to. What are the type of investments that you think will be critical for the Johor Singapore Special Economic Zone? And more importantly, since there was this whole conversation about data centers today, is there a case of too much of a good thing? And when it becomes perhaps maybe not sustainable, and where else we could be looking at for investments?
All right, thank you, Tyler. Basically, I believe early this morning during the keynotes, there are 10 priority sectors have been identified for JSZ. So basically manufacturing, financial services, healthcare, logistics, digital economy included, energy, business services, travel and tourism, as well as food security. Why these 10 were selected because of the offer that can be offered, the things that can be offered by Johor State together with the connectivity with Singapore. So these are the things that being identified. So what we can do from MIDA point of view, we are promoting and attracting investment and basically also facilitate the investment coming to Johor, coming to Malaysia, and definitely JSZ will be one of the areas that we will be focusing on. Okay, I just want to share that MIDA is also members of the IMFC Johor, Invest Malaysia Facilitation Center Johor. Okay, we will support IRDA with regards to these initiatives, and MITI and MIDA will work together to organize an investment forum with regards to to attract potential investors from global to invest into the JSEZ area. So with this regards, I believe when Johor State identified few flagship area or zone within the JSEZ is a very good, very good initiative, because you can focus on certain areas. For example, like when you identify Pengerang as one of the areas to be developed, so as the government also announced the special incentive packages for Pengerang in budget 2024. So basically, in this regards, whoever that undertaking a project in Pengerang, especially in the PIPC, Pengerang Integrated Petrochemical Complex, so they will be eligible for certain incentive packages, okay? So same goes to the Forest City, I believe being announced in early September, not early September pun, basically it's the middle of September, 20th September, that special packages given to Forest City with regards to the financial services zone. So I hope that by having these priority sectors, and we will attract more good companies with regards to the advanced technologies and also sustainable with regards to secure our states and the country. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just keep the discussion with you, Puan. So, when she mentioned there are 10 key areas or sectors, right? The first she mentioned was manufacturing. I mean, of course, right? Because Puan is the director for the manufacturing division. So let me just ask something that's specific to manufacturing. I mean, we know it's a key sector in Johor, especially cross-border. There's so much trade going on in the space of manufacturing. Now, we all know also that you will likely see more investments in the area of manufacturing. So what do you rate this sector as, and what do you see is coming up in terms of innovation for the manufacturing sector?
All right, so in terms of manufacturing, Johor actually the third contributor, the largest third contributor of GDP to our country. So basically manufacturing in Johor play a big role here, okay? So I can say that we are looking forward to encourage more innovative companies to come in with regards to the advanced technologies. And I just would like to share with you that we have positioned ourselves, Malaysia, for 2024 as the number 33 from number 36 in the Global Innovation Index. So with the establishment of JSEZ, I hope that this number we can better improve. Probably we can have better than now 33 to means above within the 20th positions. So when we do this project together with Singapore, actually we are number 2 after Singapore in terms of innovation. So it's like complementing each other. You know that there are lots of technologies companies located in Singapore, especially in terms of sustainable productions in manufacturing, basically. So this will complementing our businesses, not only under normal conventional productions in the manufacturing. So I believe the innovations really play a big role here in the JSEZ. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've went from Hasmin with now Surayun. I come back to my dear friend, Dr. Raslan. So we have known each other for a while, right? We've always called your organization as MIGHT because the full name is a mouthful. Okay? Malaysian Industry Government Group for High Technology. But because you are at the crossroads of industry and government, right? I think it's a very exciting place to be, to see the digital transformation that's happening both in the government as well as in the private sector. But yet there are also a lot of SMEs that Hasmin has mentioned, whose pace at which they are able to pick up on this transformation journey may not be as quick as the enterprises will be able to move. How then, in your eyes, should we pace out this change for the SMEs, but yet not lose out on all these learnings, this knowledge transfer that can actually help them turbocharge? Where is that balance?
It's not easy to ensure the balance, because finally we need both party working together. And then, as you know, the speed between both also different in terms of accelerating or adopting that require more knowledge skill and also familiarity in terms of how the ecosystem works. Because the ecosystem between government and industry is a bit, different in terms of how we manage both sides. I give just example, within the government, for example, back to Johor Special Economic Zone, this involves 6 local government. And then within 6 local government, how to ensure we are adopting same policy, same strategy, same working plan. Because individuals have their own bureaucratic process where they need to go through. This is a real issue. And then, of course, on top of that, we want to also harmonize on seamless with industry ecosystem, where the businesses, the technology providers, solution providers also work hand with them. Again, this is not easy task. This require constant consultation by both parties. That's where we came in, because we are a partnership organization. We provide the intermediary role in this particular context. For example, I just want to highlight some example where we currently constantly doing. We create what we call strategic platform between government industry in the form of consortium of partners. One example in the area of sustainable city and smart city, where now we have Malaysia Smart City Alliance Association, comprises of 100 members from industry, from academia, and also local government, where we can set common agenda and then see how we can complement each other. Through this association, we definitely need to handhold some of the key stakeholders, like the local government, because they need support, because they have short-handed here currently, because they are handling day-to-day issues where they are facing, where require action immediately. At the same time, they also need to accommodate the future needs of the location where they are performed. So these are to have balance. Again, from my earlier point, we need clarity in our role and responsibility, comprehensive, coordinated policy and framework, supported by enabler technology. Definitely, technology can play a very significant role as an enabler and also creating new industry, new job opportunity. But again, without the coordinated effort, without collaborative arrangement, how it can be done? So our mantra always collaborate, partnership, collaboration. These are, and then implementation, constantly throughout of the planning, throughout the implementation and follow through. These require series of effort by all parties.
Thank you. I think Dr. Raslan is almost like a salesman also for the Johor conversations, because if you read what we were set out to do, right, it was all about collaborations and partnerships. So thank you, Dr. Raslan. I always want to move to Hasmin, and remember I said I will come back to you because you talk about talent, right? You talk about people, you talk about understanding the business people and their processes, not talking to the CIOs, CTOs, who ultimately makes the transformation decision. Now, there is always this tension between cost of deploying technology and the real efficiencies it brings out, right? Can you share with us, and a lot of it actually is due to change management. The high cost comes with people not wanting to change. Can you share with me and the audience here, some use cases or some stories that you have when change management, when done effectively, actually help that organization take off in their transformation journey?
Sure. Yeah, I think points I did mention about journey, right? This is a journey. Transformation is a journey. So we look at, when you talk about cost, I think it's always the first thing that they will look at any transformation. But if you look at the journey from not really about changing what you currently have to a new one, or new technology, but the journey means that when you discover a use case, things that you want to improve, things that you want to make it better, and then throughout that, how you maximize those new technology. And not just that, right? But of course, you want to make sure that you continue, enhance that, and innovate that. So this is the journey that I think in in normal terms, we call it a customer value journey, right? It's very important to really look not on the cost, but more on the value that you will get, right? So a lot within my experience or some of the use cases that we usually do, there are some good stories. There are also some not good stories, right? They take up some technology. Probably they end up, I don't think this is working. I'm just going back to some Excel sheet, right? Why that's happening? The reason is that that's where the customer value journey is important, because when we engage certain organization or a government agency, whatever, we look at all level, the whole engagement from the top management, working level, right? What are the value that they are getting? It's not just about the one that's doing operationalize, that's fine. But once they have put the right things, they have input the right information, how is that transmit back to the top organization? They are looking at the real-time information. They are looking at data that they can rely on to make better decisions. So ultimately, Tyler, how we want to do this, we want to make sure that whatever that we are investing is bringing a value, not just at the working level, but the whole tier of organization. And that's through the customer value journey. And usually how we do it is we engage not just the working level, but the top level. What do they get? What does the working level get it? And ultimately, we align with the company organization vision so that I think it justify the cost, right? I think that's the ultimate that we want to achieve. There's surely a cost, but how much is the cost? But I just want to take another point of that, right? And cost doesn't mean that it's a big cost. When you talk about transformation, it's always tagged to, it's going to be a huge cost. I have experience dealing with, we are talking about cities, some of the local councils. And they want to do some transformation. And this is very small transformation. Collecting tax, for example, right? How am I going to be making sure that I'm efficiently collecting tax? And usually people don't like to pay tax. They'll just wait for the second, third reminder, the red letter come to you, then only quickly pay it. But that is a cost to that local council to engage a legal firm. Cost of that, right? Time. But what this local council did was, hey, why don't we be proactive, right? We create a small thing and a small app just to study the behavior of the citizen, right? If this particular person is really, this guy usually can pay the tax. It's just their habit or their behavior of waiting for the third reminder. If that is the trend, why don't we be proactive, approach that particular citizen? Hey, we've been seeing you have some difficulties, why don't you try and pay it early, we give you some incentive. That kind of engagement create a lot more impact. What happened is that 20%, I think, is more than 40% improvement of collection by being proactive, engaging, and understanding the citizen behavior. So these are, to me, it doesn't have to be a big cost, a small cost that really relevant to use cases that we apply to it, and it gives a lot of impact. And that's where the rest of transformation happen. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. In the interest of time, I noticed there was one question in the Slido. I'll ask that and I'll merge that into the final question for all panelists, and you give me a quick reply on that. Number one, is Johor, in your eyes, ready to leverage the opportunities of the JSSEZ? And what is your hope for the SEZ, say, 5 years post-implementation? Maybe we start with Hasmin and then we work our way down back to myself.
Okay, maybe I talk too much. Right? All right, okay. I guess I would like to go back to how we want to be more sustainable, right? Technology like Dr. Rasla mentioned, platform is there. There's a lot of option out there, right? Not just SAP. But I think the most important, we also want to make sure that we enable, upskill our people to be able to continue supporting those technology out there, right? And I mean, here also SAP are doing the same thing. So we are not just looking at technology, but we're also making sure that we help the organization in upskilling or even students level, right, to make sure that it's sustainable. But at the same time, another thing is that we look into applying good business processes. So we also believe there are some best practices out there in every industry. So SAP will be, I mean, we drive our business in 26 industries, manufacturing, oil and gas, utilities, you name it. And all these industries driven are based on best practices. So these are coming from the customers, right? I mean, the organization out there that is using SAP. So we get some feedback. So these are the quick things that I think SMEs, organizations out there can really embark on immediately so that they can get into innovation and get into digital transformation much more faster.
Thank you. One?
With regards to investment for Johor, I believe the government right now is looking into a more sustainable approach in and selective in approving and attracting investment. So just to share with you that soon the government will announce the guidelines on the power usage efficiency and as well as water usage efficiency with regards to the data center projects. So this is to ensure that we can able to, as you are aware that they are using lots of water and electricity, so that's the reason why the government coming out with these guidelines. And with regards to the next 5 years, so basically when the government has choose Johor to be the next engine of growth for the country, it means that Johor has lots of potentials, especially in the manufacturing and services sectors. So I hope that because next 5 years, our new industrial master plan will be at the nearing 2030. So that will be the end of the NIMP. So I hope that among the JSCZ will contribute some of the indicators that we have or target that we have included in that national levels documents, like hiring or generating high skilled jobs. Like we are targeting 700,000 new jobs to be generated. So from the JSCZ, I hope we can achieve that, as well as median salary. So you are aware that the median salary that we are target to reach around 4,500 and 10 ringgit. So, but I hope that we can achieve that by 2030. So that's from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Baslan.
I'm fully confident Johor is the right, because you have the partner with Singapore. It's a high time now to ensure we follow through. Not like that, for next 5 years, I'm looking forward to see we are inclusive, we are innovative, we are sustainable in many, many ways. But back to end game, back to job creation, people, inclusiveness in all action we do. Because no point to talk about technology per se, and finally we're not meeting the expectation of our people, which is back to pocket and heart. Pocket money, heart is that they feel happy what been achieved by, not just by us, but also with the collaborative of arrangement with others. I think we need to have this kind of spirit and ensure the current and future generation carry this spirit of cooperation. Because otherwise, we need to instill the culture of working with others forever. Because it should be embedded in our current generation and future generation. Because instilling the culture, working together is a must. And then I don't see that in, put very serious manner. Because we're still competing in many ways. Within ourselves, within our local government, within our industry, it's good to have competition, but at the same time, we need to complement. That's my my wish list for all of us.
So more cooperation, more collaboration. Thank you very much, speakers. I hope you had an enjoyable session. Round of applause for our speakers, please.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, panelists. Tyler, I think you can remain on the stage because we have a fireside chat after this. Moderated by Tyler again, we are diving into Johor's potential as a data center powerhouse with Mr. Asher Ling, a Chief Technology Officer and Managing Director of Princeton Digital Group for Singapore and Malaysia. Please welcome.
Come on, Asher. It seems that I'm working overtime today, so just bear with me for one more fireside chat before I hand over to another moderator. So, data centers. I think today you have heard the term, and I'm sure if we put up the snapside cloud, word cloud, you will see data center feature prominently. So I have with us Asher, Chief Technology Officer and MD for Singapore, Malaysia for Princeton Digital Group. I go straight into it because we've only got very short time. JH1, your data center that was built in like 1 year. One of the many in Johor. Why Johor? And what does this mean for the Johorians in the room?
Really quick, my name is Asher. Thank you very much for having me today. About 14, 15 months ago, I think April, I want to shout out to John, if John is still around, from JCorp. We signed and bought a piece of 31.5 acres piece of land from JCorp in Sedana, where they own thousands of acres of land. We're very humbled to be welcomed into the community. And from then onwards, JCorp prepared the land for us. In July, we started piling. By Christmas, January, we top up our building and we energized the site somewhere in February, March this year. And we're honored once again to have MB himself, and Tengku Zafu did the opening ceremony for us in July this year. It is a really phenomenal thing that could only be possible because of the very strong support we're seeing, both from the government, and I mean both federal, local, and even at a town council level, and also of the amazing team I was able to kind of hire and build together in Malaysia. When I first started, we had no Malaysian employees, but I had the vision that, hey, this data center needs to be designed and built and operated by Malaysians, preferably Johorians if it's possible. So I set that as a target for my team, and I'm very happy to share today 100% of my PDG Malaysia team. I mean, I'm the only non-Malaysian or ex-Malaysian, if I may. The rest are all 100% Malaysian, 70-80% are local Johorians. And I think that the time has come really for Malaysia to shine, and Johor being the engine of growth, it's really very exciting. To answer your question, it first started out more as an overflow strategy where Singapore had a data center moratorium, and we were looking into a SG Plus strategy. I did buy about 15 acres of land in Batam first, somewhere in end of 2022, and then I only bought the land in Johor after that. But the demand drivers around the world seems to converge into Johor 12 to 18 months ago, and we found conviction, and we started building. And as we are starting to build, the AI revolution really kicked off, as all of us would have experienced it, playing with ChatGPT and whatever you do with AIs, I don't know, generate pictures of yourself or your kids. It's just no turning back from there. And now, Johor is very much recognized. Malaysia is very much recognized as one of the key locations where the global internet and AI digital infrastructure would be residing in.
Earlier you mentioned something that stood out for me. Design Malaysia, built by Malaysians, and hopefully run by Malaysians, specifically, hopefully Johorians. That's what you had shared with me earlier on PDG being international local. It's important, But can you share, and you know, you mentioned, right, being welcome into the community. These are all, I guess, keywords that shows that you want to be here for the long run. You want to build up the talent pool that is here. Can you share some of the efforts that has gone into training and you know, having a entire workforce in JH1 being made up of Malaysians?
Absolutely. This strategy of being a very international headquartered data center operator, but being very locally managed and operated. We're headquartered in Singapore. We do have data center operations in Singapore, and so I run the Singapore business, just I double head. But we have quite a lot of data centers in China, India, Indonesia, Japan, and of course Malaysia, right? Each of these markets that we have is locally run by a respective management team, and we are very much early on recognized that in a business like ours, where we're running digital infrastructure, there are a lot of local nuances and appreciation of the local culture, the language. You know, just having someone who's a foreigner coming in is going to be extremely difficult. So that's the model we have operated on from day one, and I think in Malaysia we were able to really execute it and bring it to the foremost, you know, in exemplifying this culture that we have. An example of how we did it, you know, we're very good employees, some of them sitting here today, and then they started coming to me and say, hey Asher, we're going to start attracting more Johorians to come back from different other states, right? So let's go look around. For example, I was looking for an operator to help me run while we were constructing and developing the data center, but the data center industry is fairly nascent in Malaysia, and there really isn't someone who has such large-scale expertise to run such a large facility. So, you know, we thought outside the box. Okay, maybe I don't look for a data center person to operate. I look for someone who's a Malaysian, but who has run a large-scale mission-critical facility before. So where else to go? Let's go Penang and look for some of those you know, veterans who have run 20 years, right? And so I brought a Penang boy and told him, look, you know, would you want to retire in Johor, but, you know, come down to Johor and work here for the next 10, 20 years of your life, you know, and let's do something fun together. Another thing is that in the longer term, there is a need for talent development. In our industry, it is extremely scarce. Talent is extremely scarce. So very early on, you know, the team has, you know, started a program with UTM, for example. We're just chatting with Prof just now. We started programs like internship programs, but we thought, hey, let's go even further, right? Internship, they come in a couple of months, you know, you're in and out, right? Can we have something even more meaningful? So we brought on board, right now as we speak, I have 2 UTM graduate students who are finishing up their degree, but working on job training in my data center right now, together with my operations team, learning. You know, we treat them like our own staff and employee, and we're going to expand that program to a lot more universities and also go in depth with UTM.
Sounds great. You know, the first Johor conversations that we held here in Cerebrum, this was almost 2 years ago, we spoke about brain drain to Singapore. I think now the reality is that the brain has shifted to Johor from other parts of Malaysia. And I think one of the persons responsible and a key mover in this is sitting next to me. So well done, Asher. You know, there's this part about supporting Malaysia's digital ambition, and PDG has achieved Malaysia digital status. I just want a quick raise of hands to people in the room. Do you know what's Malaysia digital status? No, nobody. 1, maybe 2 hands. I think you need to explain yourself.
I would have liked to invite Datuk Mahathir to explain it if he was still around. MD status is really a very was a status that was conferred to us somewhere in September last year by Datuk himself. You know, we applied for that to MDEC back then when we came in, expressing our ambitions and commitments to want to develop the Malaysian digital economy and explaining the value add that we bring to the entire environment, through which, by being conferred the MD status, granted us where the green lanes, one-stop centers, where literally the Malaysia government, MDEC especially, just came forward and like, what do you need? We'll help you with everything. We'll connect you with everyone you need. And the amount of support is phenomenal. Like, I've never thought I could have done business in a country, brand new, greenfield, like open up a beachhead and go in, deploy 2 billion ringgit in, 6 to 9 months, just like that. Obviously there was a demand driver behind, but at the same time, the ability to execute at this scale, at this speed, really is a nod to the head to how great a system actually the government has in Malaysia. Yeah.
Thank you. And I love talking to this gentleman because he leads on to the next question without me having to prompt anything. He mentioned greenfield. The first panel session today was talking about technology. I think we dispelled that, technology and sustainability are at odds. But having said that, we all know data centers are huge consumers of resources, right? In fact, in the previous Johor conversations, Dato' Norazam, Mayor MBJB mentioned, right, that with all this data center boom, I need to figure a way of managing my water, my electricity, so that my people has got enough, right? So, what does it mean to be green? And what does it mean to be a responsible member of the community, since, you pride yourself as a member of the community? Can you share more?
Hey, thanks, Taylor. The first thing I wanted to kind of explain how I see that call out that data centers consume a lot of energy and everything is I like to really ask the audience, everyone who's listening to this, have you ever thought about what your carbon footprint is? Have you ever thought about that question? Make a guess, maybe to the audience today. What is your personal carbon footprint today? I'll pause for a few seconds. Maybe some numbers, anyone? Just shout out a number. Any reference, anything?
I see a lot of hands pointing at Zion.
So maybe let me attempt to, and once again, this is a very interesting question that I ask myself because I keep getting asked this question about like, Asher, you consume so much carbon footprint, you guys are energy guzzler and this and that. And then as I unpack the entire question, I realized that, wait a minute, I am building large-scale infrastructure en masse, getting the cheapest energy rates, negotiating the best deals for the internet that resides within my infrastructure, running it the most optimally out there. But actually, my clients serve, they are the large hyperscalers, they serve the internet. And who uses the internet? Us. So actually, we individually and our family and loved ones are responsible for the carbon. It's just that we outsource it to the internet and we say it's not my problem. Let me give you an answer to the question I say. I don't have an actual number. I think where that number is today, according to the statistics I've seen, an average, developed country person consumes about maybe 6 to 8 tons a year. 6 to 8 tons. Now, then let's unpack into that number. 6 to 8 tons is primarily calculated by the transportation, the car you drive today coming, the food you eat, meat, if you eat a lot of meat, that consumes a lot of carbon. And third, if you go on a lot of holidays or you do a lot of business trips flying around. Think about that. These are the 3 major contributors to that 6 to 8 tons. What about the thing you're doing on your phone right now? What about the email that is being sent out right now later, or the video you're watching at night when you're in the, chilling, and the games you're playing on your phones? All that consumes energy, all that has carbon footprint. So what we're doing really as a data center operator is we're really helping to optimize it. Now, does that mean that we resolve ourselves on the need to do anything meaningful? No. What it means that is it gives us data center industry the ability to be on the forefront, to bring the entire village together and say, hey, what more can we do? Can we help incentivize new renewable energy projects? Can we partner with more innovation? What more can we do to help the earth become a better place? Because it's all our collective responsibility. But before we ask that question on why are you data centers so bad and this and that, always remember, right, we are the one that is all contributing to the internet. The way to solve the world's problem is very simple. Let's all throw our phones away and try imagine taking away your phones from your kids. Can you imagine what will happen? That meltdown that you will have to deal with? Yeah, that's what will happen to us as a human species. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I think we've run out of time, but I just want to remind everybody, just because Asher has said that we consume 6 to 8 tons of carbon, does not mean that you do not have to go back to work later. You don't have to send out your emails or use the internet, okay? Just know that it's more efficient now because of the data centers that has been built by players like Asher and his team at PDG. So thank you very much, and I'll hand the time back to the MC.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Mr. Esho, for the insightful conversation. Up next, we have a fascinating case study on what fit for business AI really looks like. That will be presented by Encik Hazmin Abdul Rahim, Director, Industry Business Architect, Industry Customer Advisory, ACP Southeast Asia. Let's see how technology meets business efficiency. Please welcome.
All right, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum. I'm here again. Right. So, quick one. I think I'm going to share a bit about business AI, and I think that's the top talk today. And of course, how is that relevant? I think Tyler did ask about cost, all that. So I think I've given this topic. I think it's quite interesting. And let me just quickly go into some of the facts, right? So as you can see, we have about 4.1 trillion potential economic impact in the next 3 years. And this is a study that by Morgan Stanley. And it is actually about a GDP of Germany, right? So that's how huge is our business AI going to be in the next 3 years. But it's not just that, right? I mean, how is that happening? Because AI is happening in every single of your business area. SAP as a platform for a business organization, so we believe business AI is important and relevant, and we have different type of approach, which I will tell you later. But again, it's everywhere. I mean, it's basically throughout all your current platform and application. So here we foresee either it is on the ERP space or is it part of your human resource procurement. Is AI is needed in every of that line of business, right? And these are some study that we also received from McKinsey. We can see, I mean, do we really need AI? And these are some of the things that they look at. Business AI could then add 2.6 trillion is minimum, but I think maximum is around 4.4 trillion, right? And again, you can see that 73% of the CEO is saying that across all the region, AI present a significant opportunity. So it's valid in the McKinsey report. Not just that, right? So if you look at enterprises, right, 69% are seeing the disruption. So you can see a significant impact in the next 18 months. So this is a source coming from IDC, and 80% of Fortune 500 companies included discussion of AI in their 2023 earnings. So AI is there within the organization, and we see that is our preparation in every of your line of business that's going to happen, right? But I'm sure there's a lot, I mean, all this new technology is easy to say, but there's a lot of challenges. Right. These are and when we interact with any organization out there, these are the typical challenges that they face. Right. Of course, maintaining the legacy of the system. Right. The system consumes resources, limiting capacity. So, a lot of this discussion is happening. So there is a path to that on how we want to make sure that whatever legacy system within your organization and how we want to transform that into the new AI business. I mean, again, like I mentioned, it's not only about technology. The conversation has to be at business level. That's the reason why we look this AI as a business AI opportunity. Once you has embarked on business AI, scaling that, right? Scaling that within the business data that you have collected within the organization, and how is that important, not just dealing as a silos, but important is that also to look into integrating that. So this is some of the challenges. You have AI in this particular line of business, you have AI in another line of business, and you pretty much have different type of AI technology within the organization. That's also another challenge that you will face, right? So we see this as a lot within the challenges of adopting AI, and we also have some approach, right? And some suggestion to you, right? Right, so with all the challenges that you think, okay, this is too much, I mean, how I'm going to start? But a lot of organizations out there already started, and this is something that it doesn't have to be big, like I mentioned in my panel session. It can be very small. Kobani is a yogurt company, right? So practically adopting AI by leveraging some of SAP technology, by identifying an OCR capability to automate some of their travel expenses. And this is also what we do within our, I mean, as an employee SAP, our travel expenses. Once I'm traveling today, I have a receipt. I just scan it. I take a picture with my mobile application. Boom, everything is being auto-populated into an application. Is it a hotel? Is it a Grab? How much is the amount? Even up to the detail item, right? Is it a tax, whatever? It's all auto-populated into the transaction. So we just need to verify all those information and post it for approval. So these are AI capability. It is not new in the market. OCR capability is there. It's a matter of understanding those information and data and push that into your operation system. So we have done it, and it is a very successful. It's about 75% less time spent. I don't think everyone here likes to do your travel expense. I'm sure. Once you back from the office, gosh, you have pile of that receipt on your table, and you'll be wanting, okay, when can I do that, right? So this is how we do it. That's one. Gibson is also a very good use case. It's very simple. They are using AI capability, not really an AI capability, but how they engage with their customer better. I mean, they used to, they don't have any digital platform, right? So they started with understanding the customer, profiling the customer, and start sending emails. By just understanding and sending emails with the right promotion and understanding their behavior of the customer feels that, hey, I need to buy more. I mean, they are the instrumental music company, right? So they used to go on very orthodox agent kind of thing, but I think during COVID, they start to embark on digital, where they engage their customer on digital platform, just by starting understanding their customer portfolio and engaging through emails, as simple as that, right? And they have improved their revenue about 50%. All right, so I just speed up, Tyler. I think very less time. I'm just going to take two use cases. But again, I think I mentioned this in my panel session. We are not creating this for purposely. We listen to our customers, and we see when they feedback to us, Hazmin, SAP, it's important for us to apply AI where it is relevant in our business, right? And here, when we receive all that feedback, we create AI use cases that is ready in your industry immediately for you to be more relevant and quick in the market. So relevant is important, and these are a lot within the business users, right? Reliable is our responsibility as a technology partner to make sure that all this technology is reliable from time to time. and it's reliable, not just creating a single AI within the organization, but it is integrated within the organization. I'll share you a bit more later how we do that. And of course, responsible. Everything is on cloud. We are responsible to make sure that the data is secure, is ethical, right? So we will share how we manage that. So I think that's important. In any AI vendor out there, I think this is, you need to consider this in any of your consideration of transformation. All right? Okay, use AI for business today. And I see this is where the importance of embedding the whole AI conversation within the organization. A lot within the organization, you have your own back-end core system, you name it. I mean, right? You of course, you have other line of business that is connecting to the core system. Right? In here for SAP, core system is our core ERP. The other line of business, either your front application, it doesn't have to be an SAP application, it can be a non-SAP application. Integrate that back within the landscape. But ultimately, the AI will just cut across all the application. And the most important is that if you do able to do that, you'll be faster at work, accelerate the whole process of single AI co-pilot within the organization, right? And not just that, you'll be able to get insights within the data that you have collected in different line of business. Because I'm sure when you ask a co-pilot, for example, you're not going to ask, okay, Mr. HR, blah, 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 procurement, no. One single question that cut across all your organization that give you a full visibility, that is important, right? So that's a smarter insight that we need when it is cut across the organization. And of course, the objective is to get better outcomes, better decision, better insights, real-time information. I think that's what we need, right? And of course, human control. So I think if we let it AI do everything, I think that's going to be scary at the moment, right? So I think human intervention is important. So that's where AI perform complex tasks, but human need to analyze and be able to use this information and make certain decisions. I think that's how we see AI revolution on how AI will be interacting with your organization landscape, application landscape. Right. I think I also would like to share, which is not just about what are the AI capability, but also how is that going to translate to your, again, Tyler, cost, right? Dollar and cent. So I think it's important for us to do a bit of simulation. So in SAP, we usually look that into how are we going to, what are those challenges? So here I'm just giving one example. A collection manager, for example, right? When you want to do some collection from your customer, for example, and like I mentioned, there's some behavior that the customer or the vendors that is having. So there's a technology of AI that is built in within the platform. And here, like I mentioned in my use cases just now, is where the behavior insights that analyze the historical customer behavior. By doing that, you actually can achieve certain benefit. And how do you translate this benefit of day sales outstanding of 3.5, reduction of 5% uncollectible AR, right? How do you translate that? Boom. All those information, all those value drivers, your current baseline of process without AI, right? You practically here, I mean, I'm taking these use cases based on some of estimation in our average customers, right? Baseline 50 days with AI capability, understanding your customers that can improve very minimal. I mean, you see it's very minimal, 84.25. Revenue from 0.07 to off revenue 0.6. Same goes to reduction of customers billing that has reduced from 0.02 to 0.02, but let's see. This is how we translate, right? So we see the annual benefit that you gain with those minimum value benefit and the cost that you pay for a particular technology just to do that, just to understand your customer behavior. And the ROI is 103%. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can see how is important for that basic assumption. Without AI and with AI, the benefit that you gain and with the cost that you get into in leveraging those technology, and what will be the ROI that you will achieve. I mean, this is just one collection scenario. Another simple, to me is, I mean, at first I look at it as very simple, but if there is an HR colleague in the room, maybe you can just verify, I mean, say yes to this, right? This is an HR recruiting manager, probably wanted to do a job description, right? And there is an AI capability within the platform that actually generates the job description in second, right? By fine-tuning that while they are going through the interviews, all that. And that brings them to a benefit of 89%, right? By spending time to create all this job description. I mean, it looks very small, but actually it does give a lot of help and improvement, right? 5% reduction of cost of bad hires. I mean, if you are not doing the right job description, the potential of bad hires too, right? And of course, the employer brand equity. So if we translate that, you can see what are the value drivers and the baseline that currently probably previously they took about 75 minutes to create a new job description, and sometimes to modify that it takes another half an hour. But now with AI capability, it just takes about 8 minutes. That shows how improved the efficiency is that. So not just that, but of course the hiring has reduced, right? I just put a few logos there. That's, I'm not gonna, I think we're gonna share the slide, but there's a good reference to that. Any FC Bayern fans out there, they are using this module within SAP and they achieve this incremental benefit, right? Same goes to another, okay. Yeah. A procurement, yeah, a procurement manager, right? Of selecting a supplier to understand a complete requirement, a scope. And you have a supplier, you need to have a scope. And usually creating that scope sometimes give you a bit of challenge. Either it is a similar scope that you try to get the supplier to do, or you are not really putting the right scope. So by using AI capability that allow you to do fast track collaboration process, generate a relevant a project outline and scope of work description, it helps a lot in your benefits of reduction time to create that. It, as you can see, from 90 minutes of average time preparing the scope of description, it has reduced to 26 minutes, right? So these are the baseline improvement and the new world that is processed by AI. So ultimately, it's almost 1,000 times of ROI that has been achieved, because the cost of doing that is very minimum, where you only see there's a lot of automation has been implemented, AI agents that has been applied, but a lot of benefits that you will gain, right? Okay, so I'm just giving a few scenarios. These are, to me, very minimum improvement within the organization, but really give a bigger impact. And I think in terms of cost-wise is less, I mean, 100 times, sometimes more than 50 times, right? So how do we build this integrated business AI? I think you have seen the how does AI cut across other line of business, but we need also to remember in SAP we we believe that the ecosystem is important, right? So in any of the AI foundation, we work with our large partner ecosystem, right? So here our solution and our extensions are jointly together with our partnership. So we have a lot of partnership within our ecosystem. This is to create more relevant AI portfolio. Not just that, but also to create a lot of innovative AI use cases. And the most important, to accelerate. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to skip this because this is very similar to what I have explained again, but it is the message here is we have our AI ecosystem partnership, and it is cut across all the organization business cycle. Doesn't matter, it can be an SAP or non-SAP application. And of course, we need to be more responsible. So we have a lot of how we look into our AI responsibility in terms of ethics, security, and compliance. And yeah, and how we look into more data security and enhance those development of AI software, right? So before I end, I think I just want to emphasize, if you can't remember any of my talking points, I think that's 3R for today. 3R, relevant, reliable, responsible. Please consider that in any of your AI consideration of technology, right? So I just quickly finish that with a quick video.
Paint your cat in the style of Van Gogh. Pretty cool, right? But what about AI that does something useful, like pinging you about a supply shortage before it even happens?
Got it.
Or identifying a defective squeaky toy just by taking a picture of it?
That one was fine.
AI that makes your business stronger, helps you make decisions faster, and makes your people even better. Revolutionary technology, real-world results. That's SAP Business AI.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jasmine. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not done yet. Our final panel of the day is all about elevating innovation and driving growth through tech talent. Moderated by Mariam Paul from Gulf Insider, this discussion will focus on the role of talent in driving the future. Mariam, over to you.
Thank you so much. So we are here for the final panel discussion on elevating innovation and driving growth through the cultivation of tech talent. So in this session, we will be focusing on nurturing and empowering individuals with the skills and knowledge necessary to thrive in the rapidly evolving tech industry. So without further ado, let's welcome the panelists. Encik Najmi Nordin, Chief Learning Officer from JCorp. Jordi Paul Ramon, Chairman, Malaysian Spanish Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Founder and Managing Director of BCN Smart Technologies. Muhammad Nazim bin Sulaiman, Sector Head, Industry Partnership Talent Corp. Last but not least, Saifuddin bin Abdul Rahim, Chief Executive Officer from the Johor Economic Tourism and Culture Office. Thank you so much, panelists, for joining us today. Right. So today we are going to talk about tech talent and how are we facing talent difficulty and how can we overcome those challenges. So without further ado, as we have very limited time and we have 4 gentlemen here, so we will try to speed up. So the first question to Mr. Najmi. Can you share what your role as Chief Learning Officer involves and how it supports Johor's growth? It's a very interesting role.
I'll be very brief. Basically, my division looks into three things: organizational learning and development for JCorp. So that involves not just JCorp entity, but also the investee groups. Inshallah, we'll be trying to influence about 50,000 of our workforce across Malaysia. The second part is Cerebrum, the event that you're here in today. So this is more external looking. So what we're trying to do is influence policy making, decision thinking, etc. at the Johor at state level, and hopefully moving forward at Malaysia and regional level. And finally, we are also looking into Johor Skills Development Center, which is a TVET development center operating out of Pasir Gudang for the last 30 years. So I think this is about time that we move forward and bring it, into the 21st century. So that's basically the three things that we are looking into.
Thank you, thank you. So at Johor Academy, you have 6 pillars for talent development, right? Yeah. So could you explain what the 6 pillars are and how they impact?
Oh, okay. So I think when we talk about developing tech talents, etc., we have to look internally first. We've got quite a large workforce across the organization. Half of it is probably support staff, plantation workers, etc. But we've got about close to 20,000 who are in executive, senior executive level, nurses, etc. that do require digital fluency training. So we have 6 key pillars. Number 1 is the culture portion, making them able to think about the future, etc., which includes also digital fluency. The second one is our School of Digital, so specifically technical skills to improve them on a digital level. We've got School of Finance for the finance professionals, Schools of HR, School of Investment, and finally the School of Leadership. So that's to develop the next generation of leaders for JCorp. So those are the 6 schools, and I think if we can influence even 10% of the workforce, let's say 5,000 people to be more digitally fluent, that can bring huge growth, not just for JCorp, but also the Johor state and whichever state that they're operating from, because we operate across Malaysia.
Interesting, interesting. So as we are evolving daily, right, it's very important to find the right skill. So to all panelists, what are the most critical tech skills that y'all look for and what is very needed today? Let's start with Mr. Saifuddin.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and great to be here. Perhaps I just will share, I'm Saifuddin from JCorp, the state agency to promote and facilitate collaboration between Johor and Singapore. Perhaps I will share what are the Johor state government initiative to tackle the questions about the talent availability in Johor. When we set up the regarding the SEZ proposal, apart from the Invest Malaysia Facilitation Center that we will have, the feedback that we received from the potential investors that is Johor has enough talent. So that's the reason why the Johor state government has proposed the setup of Johor Talent Development Council, which act as a center to facilitate and connect the federal and state agencies as well as the relevant stakeholders such as academia, business community as well. And the first meeting was held in July, chaired by the Deputy Prime Minister and also attended by the Ahmad Dato' Onn Hafiz and the ministers from federal. And from that on, we can see, example will be among the role of the Talent Development Council, for example, is to highlight the demand, the data and supply demand. So I believe everyone has some, at one point we want to share what are the data that we have. So the Talent Development Council serve as a center to get the data and also to negotiate, also get to have a better salary, higher salary and employment benefits for the workers in Johor. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to start. From Talent Corp's perspective, we have quite a number of programs. Number 1 is we have this critical occupations list. So based on this list, there are some occupations which are hard to fill and also highly in demand. So this, based on these occupations, we are able to ascertain the kind of skills required for these positions. So that's number 1. And we do have this industry academia collaboration workshop, of which all these participants are actually providing input, and it is being properly documented and escalated to the necessary ministries. And all this information are being used with regards to the designing of new curriculum and reviewing the current ones. So basically the critical skill sets required for now, I don't want to reiterate the same skill sets which have been mentioned so many times today. Of course, cloud computing, cyber security, AI and machine learning, all these are pretty much in demand these days. But I would like to also highlight the fact that for technical skills, you need to also have some soft skills or transferable skills. And this has been confirmed by, I think, World Economic Forum and also the World Skills Report by IBM. They have been telling around about tech talents must be equipped with adaptability. They have to be able to pivot. They must also look at the ability of project management, and they must be able to work in a team. And you may have all these critical technical skills, and of course this is very in demand and it's difficult to come by these days, especially for Johor, since you are located next to Singapore. But the fact remains that you need to also look at how best can we prepare our talents, not just from the technical perspective, but also from the soft skills perspective.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm Jordi, and I'm from Spain, from Barcelona. So the problem of talent is everywhere. It's not only in Johor. And within Malaysia, we are seeing this in Johor, in Sarawak, or in KL as well. So maybe something that we have to look at is, especially for investors, whenever, for example, Johor is attracting certain type of investors, make sure that there is talent for that. If Sarawak is targeting something else, make sure that there is talent for that. And distribute the scarce talent that we have to the right investors and the right states, because otherwise investors will not come. Then the other problem is retention, you know, and we need to ensure that when talent comes here, I've been coming to Johor now for the last couple of months quite a bit, and I realize a lot of people is not from Johor, so like you guys. So, and the reality is that the Johorians are not here, and they are in Singapore.
I'm here.
Okay.
So,
okay. So I just wanted to share one thing, because we have now a project in Medini, in Iskandar, and we were looking for an IoT engineer, and I couldn't find one. And I found one Johorian in Singapore, said, I want to go back home, but I want to be paid as in Singapore. And then certainly that's not competitive, right? So there are certain things that we have to improve to retain people, and it's not only about salary. So lifestyle plays a very important role. I think that we are now I keep on saying, in the epicenter of the world. The Straits of Malacca is the center of the world now. So everybody wants to come here, and Singapore is just booming. Then nobody can, Singapore cannot keep everyone. So we can have that spilling effect to bring people here, but then we need to provide them what they want to. So going back to where I come from, in Barcelona now we have lots of people coming from around the world. So we've got lots of research centers and researchers from around the world coming to do research in Spain and Barcelona. Why? Because they love it. They like the weather, they like the food, they like the freedom, they like the lifestyle. So if we're able to build this up here, certainly we will succeed.
I think what they are referring to is mostly tech talent specifically for the tech industry. But for us, my position is everyone now is technically a tech worker already. So the type of skill sets that is required for everyone to be able to adapt for this new digital world is probably the ability to continuously learn and unlearn, unpack whatever that you've learned before and start back fresh. I think there was a study that said that, your skill set lifespan now is only 3 to 4 years, whatever skills that you've acquired, So you must be able to do that. And that skill set to continuously learn is something that we've been trying to inculcate as part of our culture at JCorp. And hopefully that works. It's going to be a long process. But yeah, if there's anything that we take away from this is purely technical skills is mostly going to be replaceable in the future. And that's something that us as individuals have to continuously learn how to adapt to. I think that's the number one skill that I would like to, push forward for people. Thanks.
Thank you so much, panelists. So what we can draw a conclusion is talents should be like a sponge. So they should be ready to absorb when they need to, and then they should be ready to get back to shape when they need to. So moving on to the next question to Jordi. How do industry partnerships help close the tech skills gap and boost innovation?
Well, we've been talking a lot today about that, so it's all about collaboration. So we need to set collaboration platforms online and offline, okay, in order to bring the right people for a dialogue and then to understand what are the needs of both. I think this is, first of all, the place to meet, and then we need to do the analytics on what they talk, okay? But most important is to bring the people together. And I think Dr. Razlan was saying that sometimes we have difficulties even to talk to our neighbors because everybody has different maybe political directions or whatever. But if we are not sitting together and finding a solution, that's not going to happen. Then second, I want to say, for example, in Sarawak, we are working together with Sarawak Digital to develop the innovation hubs, and they have 9 innovation hubs throughout all the territory. So then we organized a workshop with them, and then we brought them a trainer with a specific methodology to foster innovation in each of the individual hubs. But we did that in Kuching, and now we are creating Kuching Tech City. So, and then why are we doing this? Not because everything must happen in one central point, but that central point is the hub that we can connect to another international hub, and then we can foster collaboration with international players. Then certainly we need to be open, and Malaysia is extremely open, so we need to connect innovation hubs to Barcelona, London, Amsterdam, Boston. And once we do that, I'm sure that people from those hubs, they will come over here.
Thank you, Jordi. So collaboration and connecting innovation hubs will foster innovation. Thank you so much. Next question to Nazib. How is Talent Corp working with industries to grow Malaysians' tech talent and fix shortages?
Right, again, we do have this program which we call Industry Academia Collaboration. It is being conducted in the form of focus group discussion. And we have also established a few councils. The most recent one would be the Future Skills Talent Council. It covers around 10 sectors, which are dominant sectors in Malaysia. Members are all actually from the industry. So what we are getting out of that programs are basically valuable information and input that we use in our arguments during session where we need to review our curriculum and where we can design better programs so that the graduates can be industry ready and eventually it will lead to better graduate employability. So I think by getting all this information and it is being curated properly, so I mean the kind of questions that we ask them would be what are the critical skill set required today and in the future, and how do we actually embed that kind of information to the current curriculum so that at the end of that process you have ready graduates without having to spend more resources for them to start generating results in the organization.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nazim. So, do you think that having like longer period of internships or getting the graduates to attend more internships would help this?
Definitely. In most cases, some of the industry players are providing this kind of feedback to the government by saying that 3 months is too short for them to instill that kind of knowledge to the students and we have been advocating for this to be extended to at least 6 months' time, and also for this internship period to be done at the end of that study rather than in between, because chances are by the time they come back to the schools and continue the last semester, they might opt for a different organization after they graduate, while you have invested so much during that internship process. So I think it is fair to consider that particular option to be introduced in our system.
Thank you. So Mr. Saifuddin, I remember just now you just briefly talked about how we can retain talents, but what is the specific Johor State Government is doing to help to be a part of the special economic zone?
Thank you. Apart from the Johor Talent Development Council, which I have mentioned, another initiative by the state government is the upskilling and reskilling program, where the question is that not all districts will be covered under the SEZ. While we welcome the special economic zone, there are other, Johor has 10 districts, not all districts. So these, through this upskilling and reskilling program, so the graduates undergone will have the upskilling program and later on job placement at the specific organization and companies. And these are covered currently, for this year example, we have 8 sectors identified, such as the healthcare, green technology, manufacturing, and so on. So help to retain the talent here through the upskilling program and later on job placement.
So this will start when they are in their tertiary education, right?
Yes, certainly. Yes.
Okay. So as we know that everyone is facing a very big challenge in the growing tech talent. So can I get the panelists to highlight what is one biggest challenge that you are facing or you have experienced, and how can we solve it? Ashmi?
At the moment, I think the biggest challenge for us is creating that interest amongst the youth to be involved in STEM subjects. Not just STEM in the technical, not STEM in the traditional sense, you know, even technical skills, acquiring the small technical skills, you know, most youth nowadays are, you know, not interested in finding out how things work behind the machines that they're operating and the computers that they're using. And that creates a shortage of supply at the tertiary side. And from there, you can see, you know, a smaller pool moving upwards, and finally, you know, deciding to go into whatever tech-related industries that's going on. So, if we can solve that challenge, you know, creating that interest for technology and you know, using technology for, you know, many different things other than gaming and TikToks, I think that would be great. You know, yeah.
Well, I think he just said that it's motivation and retention. So motivation, normally when you interview younger crowd, they want to do things with social impact. So they really need to feel that what they do makes something back to the community. And then retention, so they get bored very fast. So then you need to keep on providing challenges to keep them motivated. Yeah. So for me, these two. But again, it's fun, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, from the government's perspective, there are quite a number of challenges. I think I do concur with my fellow colleagues here about STEM not being sexy anymore. Of course, there are some recommendations that we have collected from the participants from the industry side. They suggested that probably the learning process should be, take into consideration the use of more technologies, like immersive learning experience, the use of AR and VR, the use of even P2P learning experience, like what 42 is doing now. So I think these are some of the areas that probably we need to explore, so that it's going to become sexier than what it is now. That's number one. Number two is the process of reviewing the curriculum is taking longer than, you cannot outpace the dynamics that are shifting in the landscape. So what you're trying to change is going to be obsolete by the time you change it, because it's moving faster than you're trying to review the curriculum. And the last point would be the participation of the industry players. It is very challenging for the academia side to get participation from the industry. I'll give you one example about work-based learning. 2U2I has been introduced for so long by the government. They want to make sure that they have this real-world environment to be introduced at earlier stage. So I think this is not something that cannot be achieved. In Singapore, for instance, they managed to introduce AI as early as to their primary schools. I mean, they are now doing it. For the last 2 years, they have tested this to 33 different schools. Now it's no longer a pilot project. It has been introduced to the schools. So I think something similar can be done here in Malaysia. It has to start early. The process of choosing subjects, it should happen much earlier than when you're already in the university. So that's when you get to influence the decision, but influence in a positive way. You need to allow them to make informed decisions by getting all this information early. So I think by getting more participation from the industry side can assist you to achieve that objective in a more structured manner.
I think but I will just maybe add some points that from the government agency point of view, that our policies and implementation plan has also must be agile, must also need to be adapt to the constant change and very fast changes in the technology industry. Yeah, maybe that's another point. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for sharing all the points. I think it's very important we start early so that we can educate and move forward. And as we all know, the world is moving super fast. So we talked about collaboration a lot. So how can government and businesses work together to boost tech talent and innovation? Can start.
Right. I think we've always talked about government and private sector relationship. I think on an individual level, that means companies individually and government agencies individually, we try to work as well as we can together. But I think an overall policy on public-private partnership on talent development is not there yet, right? There is no general framework from the government side for us to participate in. But at the state level, individual level, for example, JCorp and Johor Skills via Johor Skills is a secretariat also for the Johor Talent Development Council. We help on that portion of it, and hopefully, that is the start of other relationships. Johor Skills is both private and also public because we are a state development corporation, but at the same time, we are privately owned by JCorp. So we try to connect with both universities and also the private sector to build up the curriculum. I mean, the short answer is, at a big macro level, there is no framework for us to work together, no platform for us to sit and work together, no requirement for us to work together. But at an individual level, companies are taking their own initiative, for example, doing internship, etc., and helping it out. But I think with people like Talent Corp also thinking on the policy framework, etc., I think we are moving towards that closer relationship between government and industry.
So certainly Talent Corp is doing an excellent job. We work very close as a Chamber of Commerce with Talent Corp. Not only the Spanish, but all the others. We meet monthly with Talent Corp, with Thomas, everybody back in KL, to convey the message on the challenges that the industry is suffering, identify the skills, then identify the territories. So very important, the emphasis on the territories, because every part of Malaysia is different. But I think it's very important to bring academia as well. So it's universities, public and private together. And I insist in the fact to go online, because when we communicate online, there are no filters. We're all the same. And then when we meet in person, it's like, well, he's from that organization, he's from that organization. I don't want to talk about this here because I will be. But when we do it online, it's a bit easier and we can go to the point. So I insist having a collaborative platform online can help to put all these three together with a specific challenges to resolve and then set up a proper policy for it.
So I'm still advocating for stronger participation from the industry. Of course, there are a lot of other things can be done between industry and the government side. The industry, they are welcome to be part of the process where you can evaluate projects by the university students, and you can also give your input, with regards to curriculum review. One particular example would be, now it is pretty much theoretical based, and we would like to see like skill-based competencies to be assessed by the industry themselves. And of course, we welcome more contribution from the industry side to providing schools with learning aids and materials. And of course, teachers themselves can also be sent to industries to be retrained and to be exposed to the kind of environment to prepare them so that they can best deliver to the. So these are among the areas. And I would like to add just one more. which is for the industries to continue to produce more skilled jobs. So this is very important, and I think the challenge is pretty much out there. You can see that the number of skilled workers are a lot more as compared to the number of jobs being created by the industry side. So we need to see more of that coming from
there. Thank you. Well, I think that the collaboration between the agencies is being done, but perhaps certainly more can be done, for example, in terms of the curriculum. And I have to agree with Mr. Muhammad Nazib mentioned about the teachers, the training of the teachers themselves. But I would like to share that JCorp and Yayasan Johor Corporation, Puan Zaidatul, we have facilitated the training for 40 teachers from Johor in STEM in Singapore, which is at the National Institute of Education, which was held in July. So that I think it begins with the schools, right? The teachers, and to get the latest development on STEM. And that's among the collaboration that we have, not just example that between the collaboration Johor and Singapore in terms of the training of STEM in teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, dear panelists. So I think it starts from school, and it's very, very good for schools to work with governments and private sectors so that they know what kind of skills are needed so that they can incorporate that in their learning and their teaching process. So I have no questions from the audience. I think everyone is hungry. So maybe y'all can connect with the panelists during lunch. They will all be there. Y'all can throw questions to them and then get them to answer. So once again, I would like to thank you all for staying, and thank you, dear panelists, for your time. Now it's lunch.
The quarterly leadership series that we're organizing is put together in formats that encourages open conversations with all the great minds here and from the peer-to-peer, person-to-person sharing. I hope this will help you to formulate actionable solutions for your organization and the work ahead. Quoting Thomas Edison, a vision without execution is hallucination. And that's what this Johor Conversations is about. Taking a vision from idea to impact.
With the participation of key players from various public and private entities, I am certain that this auspicious event will ignite vast possibilities and bring to life many excellent ideas that will chart the path to a greater Johor for all. In the realm of economic growth, strategic partnerships are both enablers and a necessity in shaping a strong economy. It provides an avenue for the sharing of knowledge and expertise that is crucial in navigating increasing uncertainties and complexities of the post-pandemic economic landscape. The strength that we garner through collaborations will also enable us to achieve Johor's goal of becoming a smart economy that leverages fully the digital ecosystem.
Public official and business entities must have the capacities and expertise to adapt and face these changes. They have an essential role to improve educational and socio-economic standards. Their influence can reduce the effect of climate change, foster good values and integrity, expand healthcare accessibility, as well as ensure the well-being of our society. They are the key to future-proof solutions.
In developing this framework, some pertinent questions need to be addressed during the roundtables today, such as what are the ESG strategies for the state government, businesses and communities to support the vision of a sustainable Johor? What are the current policies and how do we pivot and adapt to achieve net zero status? How does embracing sustainability make us more resilient? Most importantly, what are our net zero goals? Where do we stand together as a state in terms of deforestation and agricultural or food supply chain, which are our recycling target for corporations as well as for the community?
Johor Conversations is organized in formats that encourages open conversations with all the great minds gathered here. So I hope it will help you to formulate some actionable strategies, ideas that you can take back from the peer-to-peer network and the sharing and friendships that you develop from here to carry on these conversations.
In shaping a promising future for Johor, the essence of collaboration is our cornerstone. JCorp, in tandem with various stakeholders, is fostering an environment that generates and harnesses the multiply effects, setting in motion exponential growth and positive transformations across the region. Together, we are crafting a narrative that integrates aspiration with innovation, underpinning the rise of a Johor that is inclusive and vibrant, pulsating with opportunities in every sector.
It is within our grasp to unlock this potential, to harness the power of innovation, and to build a Johor that is not only economically vibrant, but also socially inclusive and environmentally sustainable. Now, central to the Johor Conversations as a series was the theme of From Ideas to Impact. We had talked about the issues or the ideas, and now is the time to lay the foundations towards execution or the impact.
It's my absolute pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the Johor Conversations 2024, Pursuing Growth Through Infrastructure, Innovation, Technology and Sustainability.
For the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone to succeed, we need a paradigm shift to celebrate the Greater Johor Bahru as the second economic capital of the nation. In this new world that we are being thrown into reluctantly, the sooner we embrace each other to form strong regions that are sticky, coherent, and collaborative, the better our shared future would be.
So as we embark on this journey together, I urge you to keep in mind why Johor Conversations in the first place. And that is for you to embrace the spirit of collaboration, innovation, and shared prosperity. Use the opportunity here today and in subsequent Johor Conversations to come to forge new partnerships, to engage in meaningful conversations, to create impact for the future.